AM. Sorry, yes. Sorry, thank you. AM, 9:47 AM.
AM. Commissioners Cavell. Here. Erickson Galt. Here. Gershenson. Here. Gingell. Here. Hoffman.
Present.
Johnson.
Here.
Joliet. Here. Long.
Here.
Lubes. Here. Markham. Here. Miller.
Here.
Nelson. Here. Powell.
Here.
Smiley.
Here.
Smith Charles.
Present.
Spiz. No Spiz. Taylor.
Here.
Whitebird.
Here.
Woodward.
Here,
Mr.
and
Chair,
Commissioner Spiz is excused with notice.
Okay, thank you. And you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The invocation this evening is being led by the Honorable Gwen Markham. It's morning, sorry.
I know, that's a hard part. Good morning, everybody. I had to get up early to do this, Mr. Chair, so it's morning. We come here today to do the business of local government, the deliberative body that's closest to the people. As we gather, we're reminded that in our differences, there is great strength. We do not all think the same way or believe the same things, yet we are linked by our common humanity and our shared origin. When we work together to move our community forward in a spirit of mutual respect and common decency, we showcase what is best about our community, our state, and our nation. We embrace many traditions. We're Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, humanists, atheists, agnostics, Wiccans, pagans, unaffiliated, uncertain, and so many other things. We are straight, gay, and transgender. We are young and old and everything in between. We represent dozens of races and nationalities. We run the gamut from liberal to conservative, and some of us are a bit of both. To be sure, we do not agree about everything, and we often feel fiercely protective of what we do believe. There's great passion in our beliefs, and rightly so. But there is one thing on which we all agree. We share the goal of making our community the best place it can be. We unite here today around that noble aim and common purpose. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it'll move us to approval of the minutes from our January 22nd meeting. Moved by Commissioner Powell, seconded by Commissioner Long. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Let the record reflect that the minutes are approved unanimously, and I need a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Commissioner Lubes, seconded by Commissioner Gingell. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Let the record reflect that the agenda has been approved unanimously. First up, we have a public hearing for the creation of the Aviation Department and reorganization of positions. And so I will open up that public hearing at 9:51 a.m. This is the opportunity this is a statutory requirement when we talk about reorganizing county offices and creating new departments. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak to the creation of the Aviation Department and reorganization of positions therein? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and that will bring us to presentations. And we have a number of presentations this evening. We've got a lot of other business that I know a lot of people came for, but these were previously scheduled. And so to kick us off, Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Taylor and I believe Commissioner Smith Charles to present the awards of the Black Excellence for Oakland County.
Good morning, everyone.
Commissioner, if I just may, is like there are some things I need to attend to, so please do not interpret my leaving the dais as disrespect. I think these presentations are all very important, but there's some other county business that needs tending to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So thank you all so much for being here today. I am Angela Powell, Commissioner for District 9. On behalf of the Black Excellent Award panel, which also includes Commissioner Smith-Charles and Commissioner Taylor, we are proud to welcome the 2026 awardees and their guests. For the 5th year in a row, the board is excited to present the Black Excellent Award to outstanding residents who are making a difference in ways both large and small, through professional or volunteer work, and more. We know some people in our communities are quietly making their contributions. So it's very important that we recognize residents during Black History Month. Today, we honor 5 individuals who were chosen out of 52 nominations.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yes, that was a lot of reviewing. These recipients were nominated by community members throughout Oakland County and are truly committed to making it a better place. We've been impressed by all of our nominees, and I am proud to present the first award from the city of Pontiac. Is Miss DeQuetta Baylor Booth. DeQuetta, can you please come join me, ma'am? So just stand right here while I read a short bio of you. Ms. Baylor Booth's caring touch is felt across Pontiac. Receiving 4 nominations from the community, it is clear this lifelong resident of Pontiac is making a positive impact. As owner and operator of We School Preschool, Ms. Baylor Booth has dedicated herself to provide a safe, nurturing environment for babies and children ages 6 weeks through pre-K, as well as children with disabilities. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. She also leads a food outreach program supporting those in need. As one nominator said, DeQuetta's passion for her community and her unwavering commitment to service truly makes her a pillar of Pontiac area. Thank you, ma'am. Do you have anything to say?
Good morning. Being a Black Excellent Award recipient means a lot to me because I have been in this community since I was born, but growing up, my Uncle Paul had a business on Huron Street, TV repair, Baylor's TV repair. At a young age, I was like, I'm going to own a business too. And that's what I strive to do, and I did it, but most people don't know the backstory. My second oldest child had cancer. And she was diagnosed at 3 years old, so there was no place for her to go. My husband was like, we need a daycare. And we made a daycare center so that we could have her come with me to work. And that's how the daycare center evolved. And we have been in this community for over 25 years, educating and employing members of the community. I am also a licensed state certified special ed teacher, so I do work with children with disabilities. Business is something, but being a mother is something else. And that's what I stand on, is mothering my children, my community, and the kids that I have in my daycare center, and all the ones that's in my classroom. Thank you so very much. I am so honored.
We're going to come up here for a picture. You can just, you go over there. Okay. Next up, I'm to be joined by Commissioner Markham. And you're going to read our wonderful person from Northville.
Okay, thank you. Our nominee from Northville is Sonia L. Weston. Would you please come forward? Sonia Tanya is a travel entrepreneur and CEO of Michigan's oldest Black-owned travel agency. Ms. Weston is also the founder of Young People Travel Global Edge, where she designs travel experiences that empower youth through cultural immersion and global awareness. She led the largest Girl Scout troop in Novi for 8 years. I love the Girl Scouts. Served on the Novi Educational Fund and continues to mentor college students. Additionally, her commitment to advancing entrepreneurship has inspired her to speak out for small businesses from her hometown all the way to Washington, D.C. Congratulations, Ms. Weston.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to say a few words? And then take a picture with Commissioner Mark.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. This is such an honor. I have been a Oakland County resident for 20 years. And I must say, when I moved to Novi, I was a divorcee, fresh divorcee, moving to a city where 90% of the people are married, was an experience. Not only did it motivate me to become involved in my community because of my children being a single mom, but it also allowed me to be motivated of the opportunity that my city offered. And if you don't know anything about Novi, I like to call it the Leave It to Beaver city, because our kids go out and they play in the neighborhoods like I had in Detroit when I grew up in Rosedale Park. So I wanted to mimic that. But that brings me to the fact that being a pillar in the community was a legacy. My mom did it when I grew up in Detroit, and I watched her give back to so many people. She was also my Girl Scout leader. So when I look back with all those amazing years that I invested in my family and in Novi as a business owner and also as a community person, it warms my heart to see the kids now in their 30s. They have graduated from college, and their children are now in my program, which allows kids to not only work in their communities, but also work around the world. So I am honored again to be before you. Thank you for acknowledging me, and just know the work is not done, and I will continue to make a difference in Oakland County because it is the #1 county we have in Michigan. So thank you again.
So you two take a picture. Yeah, you two take a picture.
Good morning again, everyone. And I just want to say, it's so nice to see all these faces here today. I get the pleasure of inviting Kevondre Dre Thompson to the front of the room. And allow me to share a little bit about Mr. Thompson. Next, Mr. Kevondre Dre Thompson is a mentor, a leader, and a coach. These are the 3 words repeated across all of the numerous nominations that Mr. Thompson received. His varied experience, including as ambassador of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southeast Michigan, president of the Detroit chapter of the National Black MBA Association, and youth mentor with Leaders of Tomorrow high school mentoring program, consistently demonstrates service, dedication, and civic impact. He is also a human resource professional specializing in talent acquisition, an experienced keynote speaker, and the lead organizer for the upcoming TEDx Pontiac, which will elevate local voices in innovation. Mr. Thompson, would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely.
Oh, here's your.
Well, good morning, everyone. Still in shock that this actually happened. Very humbled. Thank you to the committee. Thank you to my mom. I just remember being a youth and living on the east side of Detroit, and my mom relocating us to Southfield, graduating school in Oakland County, graduating college in Oakland County, and just having good mentors. One of my really good friends is from Pontiac, and I just remember him having a profound impact on my life through mentorship. And I'm all about community and giving back and uplifting others. And as a community, we should strive to do the same. So Ironically, this being Black History Month, I do not take this lightly, and I just want to carry this award forward and continue to do good work. So thank you so much.
We're going to take a photo.
Good morning. My turn. I'd like to invite Mr. Gregory Glenn to the podium, please. Hi. Hi. Mr. Glenn has dedicated himself to the service of others, a military veteran with a combined 21 years of service in the United States Army. And the Michigan Air National Guard. He now demonstrates his leadership as the owner of the Minuteman Press in Clawson. His service and compassion laid the groundwork for the mentorship of youth and young professionals through his business and as a member of the Detroit Shriners, and his community outreach efforts help those in need throughout the year.
Thank you, thank you. Also, I'm a member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Omicron Alpha Alpha chapter in Pontiac, Michigan as well. I just want to say thank you to Oakland County for the diversity you shown here. I am also, like you said, I'm a business owner here in Clawson. I was born and raised in Pontiac, 18 years, Newman Lanes. I did leave at 18 and joined the United States Army for 6 years. I came back home. Got my bachelor's degree from Rochester College and got my master's degree from Wayne State. And during the height of COVID, I decided to open up a business. But the best part about opening up a printing company was I mainly deal with other businesses and helping other people start and give them a vision. But when you start, it's easy to start a business, but it's hard to maintain a business. So I just want to say thank you again for acknowledging me. And thank you. My son said he wanted to come up here. He said this award is for both of us. So thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I get to do it again, y'all. I'd like to call Mr. Justin Daniels. Please join me here at the, there you go. Woo!
Don't get me started, y'all.
No, because I go there with you. Oh. It's important to have skilled ambassadors in public health. And Mr. Daniels is one of those special people with a master's of public health from Oakland University. He brings his knowledge and empathetic leadership to the Alliance of Coalitions for Healthy Communities, where he oversees programs to prevent and educate young people on the dangers of tobacco use. Previous work at the Oakland County Sheriff's Police Athletic League and the Pontiac School District Promise Zone Authority has allowed Mr. Daniels to advocate for the ways that physical activity in higher education also contribute to a healthy and thriving society.
Thank you so much.
I feel like I just won a Grammy, y'all. First and foremost, I definitely always want to thank my support system, starting with my Lord. So have to give it up for that one. I always like to say that I'm not just a product of me, I'm a product of we. So I stand on big shoulders, and that's why I have big shoulders. Shout out to my CEO, took that from you. Right, I have big shoulders, and that is to continue doing the work of us and to continue doing the work of the community to service all people. I want to say thank you again so much to the board, to the panel for selecting me. Like I said, I feel like I won a Grammy. It might be an Emmy next week. So thank you all so much, and congratulations to everybody up here. I don't know why they put me last, because they all gave these amazing speeches, and I'm like, Justin, what you gonna say? What you gonna say? What you gonna say? So again, thank you so much, everybody, and happy Black History Month.
So we're gonna take a group picture. Come on back up, right at the podium. Staff, I'm following directions, right? Okay. Great job. Come on. Come on.
Try to balance it out.
Spread across, and the commissioner's gonna fill in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
That's okay, now move. More cloud. All right.
I'm over here, 1, 2, 3.
Hold.
Awesome, we go. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. One more. 1, 2, 3. And then I need a little bit of excitement. All right. I need y'all to have a good time. Yes, I need all of that. Personality. All right, personality. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you all. So everyone, if we can please join us in another round of applause. Woo! And thank you all again for joining us this morning, and congratulations on your well-deserved recognition. Now I'll turn it back over to our vice chair.
Wow, that was another inspirational time. Thank you to the commissioners who organized this and to staff who really worked diligently helping us sort through all the applicants. What an inspiring way to start the morning. Thank you all. We have several other presentations. We're going to move on to the proclamation for Deputy Claude Wilson. I'll call on Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Smith-Charles, Commissioner William Miller. Were you, yeah.
And Tim. Yes. Under Sheriff Willis.
And Under Sheriff Willis.
Yes. Good morning again, everyone. This is so befitting that we follow Black Excellence Awards, because the gentleman that we're getting ready to talk about is truly a pillar for Black excellence. We offer this proclamation for Deputy Claude Wilson, and I'll read it. Whereas it is an honor to recognize the legacy of fallen law enforcement officers and to acknowledge their sacrifice in protecting the lives, homes, and belongings of Oakland County residents. And
Whereas Deputy Claude Wilson, the grandson of former slaves, was the first Black deputy to be hired by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office after a successful career as an electrician with the Detroit Interurban Railroad. He joined the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in January 1925 and was known as a spirited and jovial officer. And whereas
committed to public service despite numerous close calls on patrol, Deputy Wilson quick thinking avoided unnecessary bloodshed when he and his partner were held at gunpoint in 1925. He was shot in the line of duty in 1927, and unfortunately, the loss of an eye. Deputy Wilson eventually returned to work and continued to patrol south end of Oakland County until his cruiser was struck by a drunk driver. He passed away on January 27, 1935 from a fatal injury sustained in this crash. And
whereas As we celebrate Black History Month, we join with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office to commemorate Deputy Claude Wilson for his sacrifice and dedication to the safety and security of our Oakland County communities. Now, therefore, David T. Woodward, Chair of the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, Commissioners Lenny Taylor, William Miller, and Yolanda Smith-Charles, and the entire Oakland County Board of Commissioners do honor the life and memory of Deputy Claude Wilson.
Allow us to also introduce Captain Hill and none other than Deputy Callie.
On behalf of the sheriff and myself and all the men and women of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, I want to thank everyone for this proclamation for Deputy Claude Wilson. He's a legacy in our agency. We thankfully only lost a few officers in our storied history, but his story, if you ever get an opportunity to look at it all, is incredible. This man, as a grandson of slaves, could have chose any line of work, absent the government that did not treat him and his family well, but yet he chose to be part of a solution to a problem. And I think we could all kind of learn that kind of lesson. And I encourage all of us, with our disagreements and everything that's going on, that if you see your law enforcement community, Lord knows that's a hot topic right now. If you see anything that you see as an injustice, help us understand and join us in partnering with that. And Claude represented that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you all. It's so nice to be reminded about our heroes, and we particularly appreciate the support of our furry animal friends. We'll move on to a wonderful celebration of our Oakland County Parks.
You want to start? Do you want to call the parks people?
I don't have a script for this one. So I'd like to welcome the members of the Parks Board and some of the staff, if I'm looking correctly, to please come and join us up here.
I cannot. I'm looking at all the shirts. Good to see you.
And I am so excited. We're all so excited because this is a proclamation. Y'all, I am such an Okie fan. Keep Okie away from me. I'm like his super fan. But yes, we are here for a very special occasion, which is to honor Oakland County Parks' 60th anniversary. Whereas, Whereas thoughtful stewardship of public parks and recreational areas ensures that future generations may experience Michigan's natural beauty, outdoor recreation, and year-round opportunities for discovery and connection. And
whereas the Oakland County Parks and Recreation Commission was established on February 8, 1966, and the Oakland County Park System was formally created that April. The Oakland County Parks Recreation Commission's mission continues to create and operate accessible, welcoming, and sustainable parks and public spaces, provides high-quality recreation and educational programs, and preserves the land and historic structures, cultural resources, and archaeology sites with the parks. Additionally, it stewards the environment in ways that help improve health, resiliency, and connection across Oakland County communities. And I think I have to read it more though.
Whereas during its 60 years of operation, Oakland County Parks has become a leader in the parks and recreation field, providing innovative recreation experiences, opening groundbreaking facilities, earning numerous state and national awards. It has grown from its original 170 acres to more than 7,000 acres of public land including 17 parks, more than 100 miles of trails, 2 nature centers, 2 campgrounds, a farmer's market, an off-road facility, 3 dog parks, a water park, a BMX track, and 5 golf courses. Woo, yes. A millage approved by voters in 2024. Thank you all for approving that. Ensures, yes, thank the voters for investing in parks. Ensures free park entry to all Oakland County residents and assists in facilitating expansions, improvement, and new additions to the park system. More than 1.8 million visitors from the county and across the nation enjoy the park system each year, benefiting from its programs, natural spaces, and community amenities. And take us home.
Whereas on this special occasion of the 60th anniversary of the OCPRC and the Oakland County Parks system, we join the residents across Oakland County to honor 6 decades of leadership, innovation, and service that have strengthened the park system and enriched the lives of many visitors. And now, therefore, David T. Woodward, Chair of the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, Commissioners Yolanda Smith-Charles, Christine Long, and Ann Erickson Galt, and the entire Oakland County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim special commendation to Oakland County Parks. We look forward to many more decades of natural preservation and recreational opportunities here in Oakland County. And looking around, Ebony, you know, we are thinking of our dear friend Chris Ward right now, so definitely keep Chris in your thoughts and prayers. And our board chair of Parks, I'd like to present this to you. There are many up here. I'm not going to start naming names, but I do want to highlight, of course, our wonderful Jim here, who is basically older. Oh, no, I was as old as the Parks. Okay, and has been with us for that period of time.
For the decades.
Yeah, 4. I told dates. I want to certainly. Yeah, certainly.
All right, first of all, thank you so much. This is such an honor. I want to just thank the Board of Commissioners for recognizing 60 years of Oakland County Parks. This proclamation honors not just a system, but a legacy of service to our residents. For 6 decades, our parks have been places of connection, wellness, learning, and belonging. From bike rides to family reunions to all of the things that our commissioners named, this milestone reflects the vision of those who came before us and the dedication of the staff, partners, volunteers, our amazing board, and all of our supporters that have gotten us to this point today. As chair, I'm proud, especially proud, of how our parks continue to evolve, prioritizing access, equity, environmental support, and community well-being. Thank you to you all, especially our Board of Commissioners here for using our parks, to our team for ensuring that they remain a resource for the next 60 years to come. We're honored to accept this proclamation and excited about what the future brings. I always like to say the best is truly yet to come, and we have the team to get it done. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Gershenson, could I say something while they're just assembling?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm Gwen Markham. I'm, one of the commissioners here, but what most of you don't know, in the crowd anyway, is that my dad was an employee and the first county executive of Oakland County years and years ago. And when he retired, and people asked him what he was most proud of, he said the establishment of the Oakland County Parks. So I'm very proud to sit here and look at a legacy of 60 years, and I'm thinking about my dad this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Markham. We're grateful for your dad's vision.
Absolutely.
My family would be proud today. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, come here, Opie. All right.
Thank you all. Thank you, the commissioners that participate in the parks, on the Parks Board. I know it's a time commitment. And Commissioner Markham, thanks for reminding us about your dad and his vision. I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the visionary leadership of Chris Ward. Unfortunately, his mom passed, so he's not with us today, but he is definitely in our hearts. So let's move on. Let's see, the next presentation is the Clemens Authority and
Detroit Zoo.
oh, I missed it, sorry. Okay, the Detroit Zoo. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm Dr. Haley Murphy. I'm going to give you a little bit of what happened in 2025 and a preview of what's coming in 2026 at the Detroit Zoo. So in 2025, our revenues equaled about $54 million. And we like to break that out into this chart, as you can see, with 50% of that being, can people not hear me?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just too tall.
I think it's loaded. I don't need
Okay. 50% of the revenue coming from earned revenue, 36% from public support. Philanthropy and fundraising was 13%, and other revenue, like interest on investments, was 2%. We'd like to run a really balanced budget, so our expenses were $54 million. 80% of what our expenses went towards our mission, which is all of our animal care divisions, our guest experience divisions, our educational programming and staff, our facilities, and our capital projects. 4% went to supporting fundraising, 4% for marketing and advertising, and 12% for our administration costs and all of our IT needs. Our county revenue last year in 2025 amounted to $16.8 million through that tri-county millage. That represented 31% of our total revenue. Oakland County generated $4.6 million, or 14% of that. Wayne County was 10%, and Macomb County 7%. We broke out Oakland County just so you can see the impact here. In 2025, our gate was down in 2025. We usually average about 1.2 to 1.3 million visitors. We had 1.14. Oakland County residents represented 42% of that zoo attendance and 52% of our zoo membership. And the millage was about 14% of our total operating budget. Our education programs, I'm always incredibly proud of our education team. We had over 166,000 educational interactions. This is with children, adults, and our senior programming has really ticked up in the last few years, so including seniors in those numbers. We have numerous district partnerships, including Day at the Zoo, where we provide transportation, free educational programming, and free visits to the zoo for schools that might not have been able to come to the zoo. And looking ahead, on May 6th, we're going to host the Tri-County Green Schools. This is a really fun day at the zoo. If you have the chance to come out, we have over 1,000 students all the way from kindergarten up through seniors. In high school, they come out to celebrate their school's Green School projects, and it's a really exciting day to be at the zoo. So I encourage you all to try and get there for that. Our community highlights, we had over 7,000 seniors participate in 2025 in our senior programming. That's a 27% increase over the previous year.
We do 2 free senior trips a year, and we also do a lot of programs on and off site for seniors. So we'll go to residential living centers, community centers, and present programs. And again, I'm really proud of our team because they pivot to what the senior center or community center wants. So it's not always a canned program. They may want a conservation program, they may want an animal welfare program, and we'll pivot to meet the needs of their residents. We still continue to do our Dream Night. We're trying to increase the number of families we bring in. We used to cap it at 1,000, and we have a very long waiting list. This is a free night for families with children with terminal and longstanding illnesses, so we bring their family in. These are kids that normally can't come to the zoo. We especially like their siblings to come so they can have a family outing all together. It's totally free. The programming, the food, everything is, entertainment is free that evening. And then Nocturnal Adventures is a program that we run for women and children in shelters who have experienced domestic abuse. So we also close the zoo down for this program. Everything's free, including getting them to the zoo. They get meals. They get to create gifts to give away and to keep. We do plants so they can have something to take care of. And they get special educational program focused around really surviving abuse and thriving. And so again, really, really proud of that programming. We've had a lot of animal arrivals. I feel bad, there's a dog here and a mascot, and I couldn't bring an animal because our animals don't travel outside the zoo. Probably safer for all of you, so please come see our animals. We got 2 new polar bears within the last year and a half. We have a new female named Haley, so she is one of my favorites because we share a name. And we just got a new breeding male. So the zoo is leading the effort in the United States to look at the polar bear population and what we can do to save these magnificent bears. We had 3 lion cubs born, super popular. Happen to have a football team also sharing that name. So they're doing really, really well. If you haven't followed them on social media, please do, because they're really amazingly cute, I will say. And a new chimpanzee baby that's also thriving. We have many more arrivals coming in this year, actually. And that's because we're going to open the Fred and Barbara Erb Discovery Trails in the spring of 2026. This will be, this whole 7-acre development site is really geared towards community enhancement and engagement and connecting kids with nature and families with nature. So I'm going to play the latest installment of our advertisement for this, just so you can see what it's all about.
Back. I'm Maurice Anderson, Director of Guest Relations for the Detroit Zoo. Over the past year, we've been sharing an inside look at the progress happening here at the Fred and Barbara Erb Discovery Trails construction zone. As you can see, our team has been working hard to transform this space into an incredible 7-acre experience. Construction is nearly complete, and Erb Discovery Trails is quickly becoming a place filled with discovery, connection, and play. Let's take a look at just a few of the exciting features coming to the Detroit Zoo. First, the Little Sprouts area. In this pond-themed play space, our youngest explorers can discover the world of butterflies and frogs in a safe place designed especially for them. And because Erb Discovery Trails is for guests of all ages, here's something everyone can smile about: the return of prairie dogs. You'll be able to get nose-to-nose with these fan favorites in a thoughtfully designed habitat. Plus, they're right next door to a brand new species, the burrowing owls. Then when it's time to pause and recharge, the gather area will be ready with accessible restrooms, plenty of seating, and all new concessions. It's the perfect place to rest, refuel, and reconnect. This is just a glimpse of everything waiting for you in Erb Discovery Trails. You follow the progress, now the experience itself is almost here. Opening this spring, it's a whole new way to connect with animals, nature, and each other. We can't wait to see you there.
So we're really excited about Erb Discovery Trails. I think, like I said, it's going to change the face of the zoo. There's lots of color, there's climbing opportunities. We're bringing in stingrays and bamboo sharks, something we've never tried before. We have a petting area with goats, and you can feed chickens, you can feed anteaters, a lot of very unique experiences for the zoo and our community, and we hope you all come out to see it. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Just 1 minute. Do any of the commissioners have any comments they want to make about our fabulous zoo? Well, we look forward to inviting all members in the audience to come to our zoo. We've got so many incredible exhibits. So today we've learned about the parks and our zoo. So thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Our next presentation is the Michigan Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission Accreditation Certificate. Let's see who is going to present that. Do we have a presenter?
Yes.
Okay, please introduce yourself.
Yep. Good morning, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for giving us 45 minutes this morning on your, 4 to 5 minutes on your agenda this morning. But I am Matt Saxton. I'm the Executive Director of the Michigan Sheriff's Association and retired Sheriff of Calhoun County. And it's my honor to be here today to present the Certificate of Accreditation to Oakland County Sheriff's Office. But just a little bit about the accreditation program. The Michigan Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission was created about 10 years ago under the Michigan Associations of Chiefs of Police. In 2020, the Michigan Sheriff's Association joined as a partner of that program, and the commission sits as an independent authority of its own that's managed by a board of 12 members, which has citizen memberships, folks from the Prosecutors Association, the chiefs, and the sheriffs that manage the accreditation program for Michigan. Currently, there are 98 accredited law enforcement agencies in Michigan of the just over 500 law enforcement agencies. So this accreditation process is not easy. And to earn this, we don't just give out accreditation certificates, and once they receive a certificate, they don't actually have the opportunity to keep that without showing that they are meeting those standards year after year. We have had 3 agencies that did not become reaccredited because they didn't keep those standards up. So, and had I known there was going to be so many amazing presentations on the agenda today, we would have picked another day. But just as those award winners at the start of this board meeting earned each and every one of those awards, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office has earned this accreditation certificate. But prior to giving the certificate, I would like to have the Executive Director of the Michigan Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission, Matt Silverthorne, step up and tell you a little more about the program.
Thank you, Director. Like I said, my name is Matt Silverthorne. I'm the Accreditation Program Director for the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police. I've been in that position about a year. Before that, I retired from White Lake Township Police Department for 29 years. Being in an agency that's surrounded by the county on 3 of our sides, we always had a great collaborative relationship. So I've also lived in Oakland County for 30 years. So this one's kind of special to me. It's also nice. I usually have to travel across the state. My house is 10 minutes from here. So that's nice, convenient. So if you're not familiar with accreditation for law enforcement, it's similar to accreditation for medical and education. There's certain standards that are agreed upon, then the agencies have to meet those standards. There's currently 132 best practice standards, but within those standards, there's smaller standards, totaling about 600 certain things the department has to meet to become accredited. So after applying for the program, the agency goes through every single one of their policies, determine those policies meet their standards. If they don't, they have to update those policies and modify them to meet the standards. This is a long process. I believe in Oakland County's case, it was a 3-year process. It's between 2 and 4 years, so 3 years for an agency this size is very good. They also had some hardship along the way. So what the agency does is they prove that they're meeting these policies and following these policies by creating proofs that are shown to assessors at a later date. So what I do is I assigned normally 2 assessors to come assess the agency. Due to the size of this agency, we had to have 3 assessors do it, and I had to help out a little bit myself. So these are command officers from other accredited agencies that aren't within the county and have no connection to Oakland County that come and do this assessment. It occurs over 2 days. It's a detailed examination of their policies and proofs and that they're being followed. They interview members of the agency, the government, the public. They do ride along with deputies. There's a call-in session for comment from the public on accreditation. Then they write a detailed report which goes to a board. The board consists of chiefs, sheriffs across the state, prosecutors, other people in the law enforcement community. The hearing was held at our winter conference in February, and the Oakland County Sheriff's Office met all the requirements and achieved accreditation. Currently, like the director said, there are 98 agencies accredited within the state. Although there are about 500 agencies in the state, that does account for about 70% of the sworn officers in the state work for accredited agencies. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office is the 6th sheriff's office in the state to become accredited. So I'd like to congratulate Sheriff Bouchard, Under Sheriff Willis, Captain Hill, Sergeant Hall on their hard work. And here's their accreditation certificate.
On behalf of the Oakland County Sheriff and myself and our entire agency, and we want to thank the accreditation, everyone that stepped up to help us do this. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Lieutenant Steve Jacobs, who has since passed. He was the first and foremost that started this accreditation process for us. It was quite a task. I was very, very unaware of everything that was involved. Sergeant Kevin Hall did the absolute lion's share of this work. It is not an easy thing for an agency our size to complete, and he managed all these things. The accreditation process just continues what we've been trying to do. It creates this transparency. These are outward-facing policies and procedures and best practices that we need to continue to follow, and that's for you as the community, and that's for us to uphold our standards. So, on behalf of again the sheriff, I really, really do appreciate it, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Step up and get a picture.
And I would like to say, not only to the commissioners, vice chair, but the community, you are so fortunate to have a law enforcement agency that does law enforcement all throughout Calhoun County. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm standing here as a commissioner of Calhoun County as well, but Oakland County, the work that is done by the men and women of this office is phenomenal, and you should feel blessed to have them protecting you as you go to bed at night or drive on the roadways throughout Oakland County. So thank you, and congratulations. Sergeant Hall, the work is just beginning though, because you have to keep accreditation and manage those proofs. So, but thank you all for the hard work.
Thank you all so much. We are very grateful. I know for the board, for your service and your commitment to the residents. And for the residents, I would hope that this would give you some assurance about the force that we have. Thank you so much.
All right, this will move us to communications. And I'll call on the clerk to read in any communications that we have.
The first is dated today, February 19th, 2026, to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Please accept this letter as notification that I have exercised the authority granted to the chair of the board to approve grant applications. Why is that happening? In excess of $50,000 for the purposes of meeting a submission deadline. Due to the grantor deadlines, move my phone and see if that makes a difference. Okay, sorry about that. Never had that happen before. Due to the grantor deadlines and the board's grant submission process and calendar, it is not possible to submit the application for full board consideration in accordance with our normal procedures. I have authorized the submission of the following grant application. The grant name is the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas, HIDTA, for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $132,300. The grant application deadline is February 27th, 2026. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chair, Oakland County Board of Commissioners. The next one is not dated, but Dear Mr. Schmidt and members of the board, I'm writing to formally resign from my position on the Community Corrections Advisory Board effective January 31st, 2026. Serving on the board over the past years has been a privilege and a deeply rewarding experience. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work alongside such dedicated colleagues and to contribute to the mission of the organization. I am proud of what we have accomplished together and of the direction in which the board continues to lead. After careful consideration, I feel this is the right time for me to step aside and allow new perspectives and energy to support the board's ongoing work. This decision was not made lightly, and it comes with sincere appreciation for the relationships, experiences, and insights I have gained during my tenure. Thank you for the trust you placed in me and for your collaboration and support throughout the years. I remain a strong supporter of Community Corrections Advisory Board and wish the board and organization continued success in the future. With warm regards, Kelly Custon, Honorable Judge Kelly Custon. Next on the agenda is an appointment, but we never received a resignation, so I'm not comfortable reading that appointment without, I did ask for a copy of a resignation for that position and have not received it. So I'm not comfortable reading an appointment without having a resignation for that position. So the next communication is dated February 19th, 2026 to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. I'm hereby appointing the following individuals to serve on the Oakland County Community Corrections Advisory Board for a 4-year term beginning March 1st, 2026, ending February 28th, 2030. Okay. Lieutenant Kathleen Mickens, designee, County Sheriff's Office. Chief Stephen Cooper, Chief of City Police Department. The Honorable Mary Ellen Brennan, Circuit Court Judge. Honorable Laura Polizzi, District Court Judge. Honorable Jennifer S. Callahan, Probate Court Judge. Edward Hutton as an alternate for Probate Court Judge. Angela Powell, County Commission. Megan Phillips, Behavioral Health Provider. Karen McDonald, County Prosecuting Attorney. Justin Davis as an alternate for the County Prosecuting Attorney. Judith Gracie, Criminal Defense Counsel. There is a vacancy for the business community. Michael McCanham, Communications Media. Britton Washington, MDOC Probation. Elizabeth Rivard Weston, Workforce Development. Honorable Fred Mester, retired Judge, General Public. Pete Mena, Ad Hoc Member, and Jamie Webb, Ad Hoc Returning Member. Your confirmation of this appointment is respectfully requested. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman, Oakland County Board of Commissioners. The last one, dated February 19th, 2026, to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen, I am hereby appointing the following individuals to serve on the Oakland County Sanitary Code Appeal Board for a term ending December 31st, 2028. David Woodward and Sarah May Seward. Your confirmation of these appointments is respectfully requested. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman, Oakland County Board of Commissioners.
Clerk Brown, I'm being told that the letter that you didn't have for the resignation has been submitted now. Do we have it in front of us so that we can proceed with the appointment? Okay. So if in the course of the meeting we can receive that individual communication, so we'll hold on those. So we'll move all the communications minus the county executive appointment to the Clemens Authority Board, and also hold on the resignation of the previous member. Is there a motion to receive the communications? Moved by Commissioner Weipert, seconded by Commissioner Lubes. Any discussion? Commissioner Cavell.
Chair, did you say we're not going to approve the Clemens Authority appointment right now?
It's not an appointment. It's a county executive appointment. It's not an appointment by the board. But we're not even receiving the communication at this time.
Okay.
So we're moving everything minus that. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Let the record reflect the communications have been approved. This will move us to our first public comment of the meeting. This is the opportunity to speak on items on the agenda. And I know looking at the audience, there are a number of people who came here to talk about maybe a key item on the agenda, but also unrelated issues that are not on the agenda. This is the opportunity to speak on items on the agenda. There is another time to speak on other issues not on the agenda currently. So I know a bunch of people signed up. It's perfectly fine to say, hey, I'm here to talk about something else. We just ask that when I call on you, come up to the podium, introduce yourself, community of residents, ask that you direct your comments to myself, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. I know that there's a lot of, I think all commissioners have received a number of communications and emails communicating a lot of the same information. And so that we can proceed to the meeting, and I just want to let folks know that after the regular agenda, we're going to pause in public comment 1 second. Wait, that's not the right one. After this public comment to speak on items on the agenda, we're going to go through the agenda, and then we're going to take a recess, and the majority caucus is going to reconvene to discuss issues that I think many of the folks here have come to speak to. So with that, I will start with Jill Dunphy. You wait, okay. Oh wait, Bruce, you struck your name. Are you waiting for the other public comment? Okay. And Margaret, okay. John Koski. The resolution supporting the state legislation, correct. Nope, I'm sorry. The microphone right there.
I want to thank you for having me.
Thank you, John.
And I caught the tail end of the caucus, and I understand that many of us are on the same page about what's happening. There's just one thing I want to add. We all witnessed what happened with Renee Good, okay, with Alex Preddy, and then after those events, okay, the Chief of Customs and Border Protection, Greg Bavino, said, "Good job." He said, "Hats off to the agent who shot her." And then subsequent to that, okay, we learned that Mara Martinez was shot 5 times for blowing her horn. What the agent said after that was, he was bragged about how he shot her 5 times with 7 holes. Miraculously, she survived. What Greg Bavino said about that was, "Good work, keep it up." What does that tell us about this agency? This is not a law enforcement agency. These are terrorists. They have no place in Oakland County or anywhere, and we need to do everything we can with the utmost urgency to shut them down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And again, please, the item that's on the agenda currently is the support for the state legislation to do a lot of the things that Mr. Koski spoke to. Next up, I've got Constant Peabody.
Dave?
Yes, sir.
I didn't think it could speak to this issue. Can I put my name back?
Sure. I'll get you next. Okay.
I didn't understand.
Okay. Okay, wait 1 sec. Well, wait, no, I called on Constance first. I'll get you next.
Hi, I'm Constance Peabody. I live in Clarkston. And I just wanted to say that I trust in this body, and trust is the key word. And I trust that you are my insurance policy that protects me, my family, my property, and my financial future. And I believe in order to do that, that you really have to support and consider the Senate resolution. And I believe that if we don't do something preemptively to protect ourselves, that we will be sorry that we didn't take an opportunity to do this beforehand. And I think it is a disservice. We've just seen how Oakland County Sheriff Department is a credit to our community. And I believe that if we don't take precautions against the lawlessness that so-called law enforcement is doing, that it is a disservice to our regular, supported, accredited law enforcement agencies here in Oakland County. They are going to have to come in and clean up the mess, should the mess ever come to us. So I hope that you are thinking of the trust that we as citizens have in you and that we have in our police department, and the fear that we have when we see anyone with a law enforcement uniform on, and does that mistrust then breed and bleed into our regular accredited police enforcement, law enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to Jill Dunphy. I'm going to start with Jill and then Bruce. I called Jill first because I saw it. I was reading through the cross-off.
Thank you
Jill,
very much.
welcome.
I'm Jill Dunphy. I live in Rochester Hills. And I sat in on the meeting prior to this meeting, and I was really heartened to hear the urgency. But I have to tell you, in Rochester Hills, we have had ICE raids, I think back in October already. So it's not just a matter of weeks, it's a matter of months that you have been sitting on this. And the house is on fire now. We can't wait. People are being abducted at Walmart by ICE officers who've been dressed as Walmart employees. They've raided my Whole Foods store. I live about 3 miles away from there. There was somebody abducted on University Drive on their way into the city of Rochester. I mean, this is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And I have the utmost respect and admiration for our sheriff's department, but where are they when this is happening? They have been absent. And that is, to me, but their silence and their absence is collusion. I no longer feel safe. My neighbors don't feel safe. I live in a very diverse neighborhood in University Hills, and my neighbors are not white. They are immigrants, and I am afraid for them. I know of people who have been abducted. There are women in detention who are pregnant, sleeping on concrete floors without blankets. There are young women who have no feminine hygiene products. This is not law enforcement. This is domestic terrorism. And it has to stop. You have to act now. There is no more time to wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We've got a lot of work to do, and if we're going to proceed with some other things, we've got to get back into caucus. So the item that's on the agenda is the support for Michigan Senate Bills 508, 509, 510. Please, if you want to speak to that, if it's to other things, there's another public comment for that. Mr. Felk.
Okay, well, I know the caucus has, I guess, is supporting those bills, but I've spoken to my state senator, Michael Weber, and he has assured me none of those bills will see the light of day. And Matt Hall is not going to put them on the floor in the Michigan House. So, with that said, I think the proposals that Commissioner Cavell has given us, and I think those are perfectly reasonable steps that the commission can take within their power. And I think it was expressed in the caucus meeting that we need to move those forward immediately and not, I know there's a process, but that process has to be expedited. I used to work as a court reporter, and when my clients told me they needed a transcript tomorrow, I did whatever it took to make sure they got that transcript tomorrow. So the commission needs to, I think, instruct their corporate counsel. They need an answer. They need an answer yesterday. And this needs to be addressed now. This is happening in our community now.
Okay, Mr. Felk, the item on the agenda are those bills.
You let the other people speak, Dave. Let me finish.
Well, we don't have. Wait, one second.
Everyone. Say that the item in the agenda does not go far enough and share with the world.
Mr. Flores.
I'd like to have my time reset also. You interrupted me, Dave, and I want my time restored.
Yes, we can do that.
I'd like to put another minute, half, at least 30 seconds on the clock.
Mr. Felk, continue.
Thank you. Okay, so the 5 things that we've been told that the county commission can do is no DHS or other law enforcement from the federal government on county property without a judicial warrant, no 287G agreements now or ever, $50,000 in the county funding for legal aid serving Oakland County residents, $100,000 for Oakland County Health Department to address food insecurity for impacted children, and not to renew the contract between ICE and Clemis, which I understand the county sheriffs, when they enter information into the Clemis system, the DHS, ICE has access to that information. That has to stop. And I, having been raised Jewish, I know where we're headed with this, and the county has to act now. I never thought there would be a day when I would have to show my passport to be able to prove that I was a U.S. citizen. But now I feel like I have to carry this all the time, because just because I'm white does not protect me. So please take action now. Thank you.
Mr. Felk. Did Margaret Felk, did you want to? Okay. All right. Chris McLonis.
Good morning. I am a resident of Ferndale, Michigan, and I think most of us are very happy about supporting the Senate bills 508, 59, and 510. It has been pointed out, however, that they will likely not pass in the state legislature, and so we need to do more on the county level. Oakland County can do better. So I have the same 5 asks as many other people do. No DHS, CHP, or ICE activity on Oakland County property without a judicial warrant. And this is for the rights of all people. The U.S. Constitution refers to people, not citizens, people. No 287G agreements now or ever. We have seen what these supposed agents of ICE are capable of doing. We don't want that here. The $50,000 in county funding for legal aid serving Oakland County residents who have been impacted by all this craziness. $100,000 through the Oakland County Health Department to address food insecurity for impacted children whose parents have been disappeared, whose parents can't go to work, whose parents can't go grocery shopping. This is unconscionable. And absolutely do not renew the contract between ICE and Clemis. And do not commit to any future contracts with DHS, CHP, or ICE that violate the spirit of those Senate bills. Oakland County can do better.
Thank you very much, Chris. I believe the next is it Tyler? Tyler Olive? In Berkeley? I'm sorry, it's like, oh, is it Tallis? I apologize. It's all good. Oh, it's a D.
I want to be as
Welcome,
brief
sir.
I want to be as brief as I can. My name is Dallas, D-A-L-L-A-S, like in Texas, and Oliver, like Oliver Twist. And thank you for having me. And I support the Senate bills 8, 9, 10. And I would also like to remind everyone that this is about children and families that lose their breadwinner when they're kidnapped in the middle of the day, kids that came home to a school or from school to their house with a broken down door and nobody home. It's about families that need to be together. It's about breadwinners that pay taxes and are residents of our county and our state. And it's about people. And all of the numbers and issues and words, it's people. And we need to do everything to protect our residents and keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I've got Mary Jo. And I don't want to slaughter last name. And after this, Annis Pratt. Mary Jo, welcome.
Mary Jo Showalter, Commissioners and residents of Oakland County. Thank you for supporting the Senate immigration bills. I really appreciate that. The gesture is appreciated. But I am surprised and disappointed that Washtenaw County beat Oakland in passing a resolution to protect their citizens. I am asking you to seriously consider and support the resolutions that are going to be proposed to you today. We need your leadership to position Oakland County as we navigate these tumultuous times. This is about public safety. I am asking you to take defining action to ensure the safety of my family and my neighbors. These are not normal times. These days require strong leadership at every level of our community. Leaders that display courage, leaders that will articulate and codify a vision that protects all of our basic needs. Thank you for listening, and please rise to the occasion.
Thank you very much. Annis Pratt, followed by Mary Jo Ebert.
Good morning. My name is Annis Pratt. I've lived in Birmingham, Michigan for a number of years, my family since the 1950s. I want to thank you, the Oakland County Commissioners, for the things that you are putting together to help us in this tremendous crisis. But like several other people here, I came in as a child to World War II. And I have always been a huge fan of the rule of law. Everybody who's a fan of the rule of law, put up your hand. Everybody? Okay. This is my Bible here, and a lot of this is the Constitution, and a lot of the things that people have mentioned have been done by ICE, can be mitigated by the new rules in the Senate, in the State House, but we see that we need to do more. I just want to appeal to you all to remind yourselves that in Minneapolis, we saw the First Amendment violated by news reporters being shot with tear gas and indicted. We saw the Second Amendment when Alex Petty had a gun that was taken away from him from his back. He never touched it, and then he was shot. And in Minneapolis, Amendment 2 applies. Amendment 4, judicial warrants for arrest. Great. I like the fact that you've mentioned those for Oakland County places, buildings and places. However it may be, please extend those to ordinary people in ordinary houses and ordinary grandfathers being dragged naked into the street and ordinary children now traumatized. I'm talking about Minneapolis. Please, whatever you have to do in adopting the state laws and adopting the resolutions that'll come up today, and go beyond that and give us back our democracy, because we are halfway out of it.
Thank you very much. Mary Jo Ebert, followed by Suzanne Maloney.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary Jo Ebert. I live in Rochester Hills, and today I speak for myself and as the director of the Michigan Unitarian Universalist Social Justice Network. We're a faith-based organization. We face a moral and civic crisis. Bringing violent criminals to justice does not justify or require a dragnet operation that pulls people off of jobs and away from their families. Many have done what they could to get in line for a path to citizenship, which has been dysfunctional and broken for decades. People are not objects to be warehoused for political blustering or for grotesque profit-making. The situation we have at hand is creating a raft of new problems. What we need are solutions. Senate Bills 508, 9, and 10 are a beginning, but it's not anywhere near enough. I ask for your bold leadership and that you ask us for the bold support that can help you get done what needs to be done. I ask for your bold creativity. We're not in this situation every day, and it's going to require some creative thinking, creative problem solving to figure out how to protect residents of Oakland County from being dragged off to prisons for who knows how long. Please use the power of our large county to require solutions and conduct that is just and humane. And I'll add one really important point that may not come up later. We need to keep federal agents away from voting precincts and ballot drop boxes this year. Let's meet the moral moment together. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that Suzanne? No. Okay, then Suzanne, Melanie, followed by Laura Vogel.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Melanie. I realize there's some very good people here who I previously yelled at before the meeting started, so I apologize. But I am absolutely here to speak that I am not in support of the Michigan Senate Bills 508, 509, and 510. What they're seeking to do is to tie the hands of law enforcement. Everyone who's spoken here, I'm talking about the rule of law. These folks are not talking about the rule of law. The rule of law is that ICE are members of law enforcement. They are charged with a duty. They are executing their job. And I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but Good and Preddy were absolutely beyond peaceful protesters.
Please, everyone has the right to
deserve to
talk,
die.
no
Nobody
comments,
deserves
please.
to die, but you know what? They absolutely went beyond a peaceful protest. Now, I tell you, they absolutely have everyone convinced here that there's hordes of ICE agents roaming around trying to kidnap people. They've used the word kidnap. This is absolutely false. And just recent history, we recently, two things. We elected a new president 2 years ago who ran on the fact that they would deport illegal immigrants. Secondly, very recent history, before December of this year, illegal immigrants living here illegally were offered $1,000 and to self-deport. They were given that opportunity, and then they could come back using the correct way. They could get a work visa. I'll tell you, we want them back.
Hey.
The absolute.
Be respectful
we
of
want
everybody
them
who comes
back
and speaks.
the right way. I totally oppose using my tax dollars to support people who are here illegally in any case, health support, food support, legal support. You know what? I want my tax dollars to go to support U.S. citizens and helping them to have a better life. Now, everybody behind me can absolutely take their dollars. They could go to these countries and support them. Okay, but anyway, I do not support your support of the resolution.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maloney. All right, next, Laura Vogel, followed by Lori Lisi.
Silence is very powerful.
Hi, I live in White Lake. My name is Laura Vogel, and I'm represented by Phil Weipert. I know Lisa. I know Yolanda. I know and Bob Hoffman, and you, Chairman Woodward. I had a stroke, so it's hard for me to talk. I stand in support of the Senate bills, but I know that it is just a hollow gesture because the House of Representatives, they won't even take it up. So, if you support or don't support, oh well, it's still the same result. I am a lawyer, and I believe in due process, and if people are afforded due process and they still get deported, at least we followed the Constitution. I mean, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Lori Lisi, followed by Glenda Steinbeck.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Lori Lisi. I live in Huntington Woods. And I'm here today to thank you for the resolution to support Senate Bills 508, 509, and 510. But like everybody else has said, they're not going to go anywhere. So you guys need to be brave, and you need to go further. I'm here also to support the resolutions that Commissioner Cavell has proposed. And I want to say that part of the things that I'm going to speak about today do not come from social media. They do not come from the news. I have a daughter in Minneapolis, so I hear firsthand what is happening there. So to say that those things aren't happening makes me angry. I have a daughter who is an immigration lawyer, so she tells me what the courts are doing in Texas. So I am speaking to you with facts that I have learned from people that I hold dear. The need for the county to step up is not academic, nor can it wait. ICE has just leased space in Southfield to house administrative staff, and they have purchased a building in Romulus near the airport with the intention of turning it into a detention center. From these actions, it is logical to infer that ICE's presence here is likely to increase. Data from ICE rapid response groups on the ground have shown that from January to February this year, detentions have gone from 10 a day to 20 a day. So it's already happening, this increase. At the same time, in Texas, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has upended decades of precedent to allow mandatory detention of detainees without the right for bond. For anyone detained in the affected states of Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, this means indefinite stays in private ICE camps for months to even years, where the conditions are deplorable and the private corporations make obscene amount of monies. The planned Romulus detention site near the airport will allow ICE and CBP to do here what they have done in Minnesota. As in Minnesota, where the Whipple Detention Center is near the airport, ICE and CBP quickly send detainees out of state so that they may not receive bond hearings and will have difficulty accessing legal help. Local governments and cities everywhere in our state are being asked by their residents to consider what limits can be placed on interactions with federal immigration. It's Oakland County's turn now. And I want to end by quickly quoting J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, from his State of the State address. He talked about love. He said that right now, love of country is not speaking in anthems or flags or ostentatious displays of patriotism. Love is found in every act of courage, like the people who came here today.
Thank you very much.
Please, please, please think about what you guys need to do to protect us.
Glenda Steinbeck, followed by Ann Lehman. Hi, Glenda.
Good morning. My name is Glenda Steinbeck. I would like to thank you, the commissioners, for supporting Senate Bills 508, 509, and 510. But it is not enough. Oakland County must take further action now. I moved to Oak Park in Oakland County in 1983 and raised my children here. The thing that I loved most about living here was that my daughter and my son would play, go to school, and grow up with other kids in a diverse neighborhood, the family city. I am here today in support of resolutions 6260, 6261, 6262, and 6286 for the following reasons. In the generation before mine, hooded men known as the Ku Klux Klan rained terror on Black communities. They hid their identities and often operated under the cover of darkness. It was not that long ago. In fact, the father of the now President of the United States, Fred Trump, was arrested at a KKK rally in New York. Though his proud son, a chip off the old block, who would never tell us a lie, would tell you that this is fake news, just as he would tell you as he would tell you that the January 6th insurrectionists were just tourists. What does that have to do with why we're here today? Please bear with me, for I weave. The record shows the president commands 6 branches of armed services, but I submit that he now commands a 7th called ICE that has a budget larger than the total defense budgets of most countries. Back then, terrorists were the KKK. Now they are ICE. The difference is their supreme leader, commander-in-chief, has removed his mask. He has presidential immunity, but the terrorist militia he commands remains hidden. Different masks, same agenda, fear, terror, division. They say they're deporting the worst of the worst. I say the worst of the worst sit in the White House. All of us with Black or brown skin live in fear that next it will be us. If ICE charged into this room right now, they would run past most of you and grab me. Would you risk being shot in the face to save me? Lastly, in response to the comments last week Commissioner Gershenson made, please do not be dismissive of your constituents who sent emails that were copied and pasted, because not all of us have the proper words or resources or feel safe coming here to speak before this body. Their opinions count just as their votes do. To commemorate Black History Month, I will close with the words of Reverend Jesse Jackson. Our flag is red, white, and blue. Our nation is a rainbow. Red, yellow, black, brown, and white. We're all precious in God's sight. America is not like a blanket, one piece, unbroken cloth, same color, same texture, same size. America is more like a quilt, many patches, many pieces, many colors, many sizes, all woven and held together by a common thread. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. All right. Next up, we got Ann Lehman. I could ask the audience to refrain from public displays so we can make sure that all people get an opportunity to speak. Ann Lehman, followed by Kim Worth.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Ann Lehman. I'm from Davisburg. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here as an Oakland County resident to speak in support of actionable resolutions that directly address the following: not allowing ICE on any county property or access to municipal buildings without a valid judicial warrant, not entering into a 287G agreement with ICE ever, allocating funds for legal aid and food insecurity among those immigrant families affected by ICE. All of these are about one core principle. People must feel safe accessing essential county services without fear. When federal immigration enforcement operates on county or municipal property, it can have a chilling effect. People stop reporting crimes. Parents hesitate to enroll their children in programs. Workers avoid health clinics. Survivors of domestic violence stay silent. That doesn't make our county safe. It breeds fear, makes us all unsafe, and erodes trust in our institutions. But what's more deeply disturbing is that ICE is paying Oakland County for a citizens database that the county maintains. Should the county commissioners just go along with this agreement and not use its power to protect its residents? Should you just sheepishly just say that you're supporting the current state Senate bills addressing the issue, knowing full well it's dead on arrival? Is that protecting your county residents? Is that leadership? In essence, you're giving carte blanche to ICE to use county property as they see fit. Our local government's role is to serve residents, not to act as an extension of federal immigration enforcement. Local law enforcement and county agencies are most effective when they have the trust of the community. When residents believe that interacting with county services could put them all at risk, that trust breaks down. And once that trust is broken, it's incredibly hard to rebuild. Our public spaces exist to help people, not harm them. Oakland County Commissioners need to prioritize public safety, community stability, and responsible governance. You need to send a clear message that our county values dignity, fairness, and the well-being of all who live here. I urge this committee to do the right thing and make a statement of who we are and what we stand for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kim Worth, followed by Jim Minahan.
Good morning, Commissioners. I don't see mine. That's unfortunate. My name is Kim Worth. I reside in the village of Lake Orion. 6 years ago, I had my first significant car accident. My fault. I rear-ended someone on Joslyn Road, and that person rear-ended another car. I was in shock, but I wasn't injured. Not anyone else was either. I recall at hearing it was very unsafe to try exiting my undrivable car onto a busy road, so I sat tight and waited for law enforcement. An Oakland County sheriff promptly arrived. He reassured me I was correct to stay put and calmly advised me what to do. He was kind, empathetic, and professional. I felt safe, protected, and glad to know Oakland County Sheriff patrol Orion Township. A couple months ago, I was working the reception desk of a private venue. A young sheriff burst in, rushed into the space, and asked if I had seen a person. He showed me a photo on his phone of a young brown man. I had not seen this person and said no. He then asked to go into the venue to look for him. Before I could think clearly, I said, "Do you have a warrant?" He was stunned. So was I. I'm a mom. But I meant it. I didn't trust this young officer. Or his claim the young man was missing. I suspected he was working with ICE to detain this person. A year ago, I would have bent over backward. I would have been the mama bear trying to find that poor missing man. I ended up allowing him into the venue, but I was wary of his motive. What changed? I have witnessed Oakland County sheriffs in their clean patrol cars, their professional uniforms like they are today, assisting ICE in neighborhoods where families of color live and work. They are out there. I no longer believe they are keeping me, my community, or our county safe. I no longer trust the people who swore an oath to protect us, the people I trusted. This is a long-term outcome that not only affects residents, it also affects the people who wear the uniform and the badge, the gentlemen and women who are here today. I support you, and I worry about you now. I understand this group does not oversee the Sheriff's Department, but you do have budget control. Just as you can do more than simply support these doomed Senate bills, you have the authority to prohibit DHS, CBP, or ICE activity on Oakland County property without a judicial warrant. You have the authority to not enter the 287 agreements. You do have the authority to allocate $50,000 in county funding for legal aid. You have the authority to allocate $100,000 through the health department to address food insecurity for the impacted children. And you do have the authority to not renew the ICE Columbus contract. These are things in your power. Please use them. Please lead. Please make me proud again of Oakland County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim Minahan, followed by Bethany Schreiber.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. I lived for about 44 years in Commerce Township and about 10 years in Waterford. And what got me involved in the political process was a lady by the name of Lisa Brown. She knocked on my door. We talked for 45 minutes. Then I served on the Solid Waste Planning Committee for 13 years, and then the Oakland County Board Quality of Life Committee. And the most egregious thing that I have seen is ICE. And I'm pleading with you not to support anything that they do. No support, anything. And I hope and I wish that the rest of you will fall in line and do the right thing as you have done in the past. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bethany Schreiber, followed by Kathy King.
Hello, I'm Bethany Schreiber from Troy, Michigan, and thank you very much, Commissioners, for supporting the Senate bill. However, it's not going to pass. And so you need to take your ability and your power and pass those 5 requests that we have made that you would help to assist the people who are in trouble. ICE is coming in as if they were brown shirts, and I know Stephen Miller's behind it, but what we have to protect are children, women, and young men who are not breaking the law. They need to be helped. And these detention centers, of which we should not have in this county, in this state, in this country, are for-profit, and they're more like concentration camps since the lights are left on 24 hours a day and water is questionable. But boy, those billionaires are drawing in the money. So I would like you to please also make sure that we can all vote without being afraid to go to the polls. And I am speaking especially of people who may be of a different color, people who may have a different accent, but they're still citizens. They have every right to go to the polls and vote, but if they're afraid that someone with a mask on is going to come up and grab them as they go to the polls, they will not go there. So please consider passing those 5 things especially, but making sure that our polls are safe. I work the polls every time there's an election, and I know we have the best election system in the world. And yes, there are many, many countries that have mail-in voting. It's not just United States. Mail-in voting works. Okay, so please consider all of these. Thank you again, and let's hope that we love our neighbor and that love prevails over hate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kathy King, followed by Elaine Jerkins. Kathy? Yep, Kathy King. Yep. It's good to see you. I was scanning, I didn't notice you in the audience.
Kathy King, Berkeley. I was raised in Oak Park, a Berkeley Bear. Lived in Berkeley for 30 plus years, then moved to the Philly area for 11 years. Now happily back since the November 2024 election. Thank you for your support of supporting Resolution 508, 509, and 510. But this does not go far enough. We need one simply declaring that Kristi Noem and her goons follow the U.S. Constitution she swore to uphold, every word of it. that our Michigan Constitution be likewise adhered to, along with every law made by the state, a county, a township, a city, be obeyed by any entity representing the government. Pass this resolution, but then go further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elaine Jerkins, followed by Steve Hansen.
Hi, good morning, Commission. I just want to go back to earlier parts of the agenda. We started with the Black Excellent Awards, the Oakland County Parks 60th anniversary, the Detroit Zoo update, and the Oakland County Sheriff accreditation. And I sat through all this, and we clapped and we smiled, and I'm so proud to be a resident of Oakland County. What made me prouder to be a resident of Oakland County was all the people that spoke during the public comment, all ages, all walks of life. It made me so proud that so many people came here on a Thursday at 9:30 in the morning to stand up for many of our citizens who would be scared to come here today. My heart breaks for those people, and I'm doing what I can to help. When you go back to that committee room, please consider all the voices that you've heard here today and the unheard voices as well. We really need to go further as a county, and I would love to continue to say I'm a proud member and resident of this county. But if the county does not go further, I will be sad, and many of the people will be sad. We won't just be sad, we'll be angry, and you will hear from us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hansen, followed by Sarah Morissette.
All right, good morning. My name is Steve Hansen. I'm a resident of Waterford. I've lived there for 20 years. I'm also a practicing attorney, which I've been practicing law for over 25 years. Although my specialty is intellectual property, in the last several months, I found myself researching the law governing the conduct of ICE and CBP, as well as the ways to redress their misconduct. So you all may recognize me because I sent you all a lengthy email explaining to you why the county does have the authority to do what's been asked in the 5 asks, and also why the state has the authority to do what's in resolutions 508 through 510. That authority comes from the 10th Amendment and the anti-commandeering doctrine underneath it. Okay, so that's in the email. You can read it. You can see how that New York and Chicago and Seattle and Washtenaw County have all done what you're being asked to do here. The reasoning for that, those asks, is the same as the reasoning for endorsing Senate Bills 508 through 510, which is we have a lawless agency that's acting beyond its statutory authority and in violation of the Constitution by routinely making stops without reasonable suspicion and arrests without probable cause or a judicial warrant. Not only that, they're doing it in the most injurious and traumatic manner possible, as most recently evidenced Monday when they initiated a high-speed chase in Savannah, Georgia, of an immigrant, causing a school teacher named Linda Davis to lose her life. Okay? So this is very serious. Now, this is an opinion from a U.S. District Court judge in Minneapolis in a case that the state brought against ICE and CBP. Plaintiffs, the state, made a strong showing that Operation Metro Surge has had and will likely continue to have profound, even heartbreaking consequences on the state of Minnesota, the Twin Cities, and Minnesotans. Since Operation Metro Surge began, there have been multiple shootings of Minnesota residents by federal immigration enforcement agents. Additionally, there's evidence that ICE and CBP agents have engaged in racial profiling, excessive use of force, and other harmful actions. And defendants, that's ICE and CBP, do nothing to refute the negative impacts described by the state in almost every arena of daily life, from the expenditure of vast resources and police overtime to a plummeting of students' attendance in schools, from a delay in responding to emergency calls to extreme hardship for small businesses. It would be difficult to overstate the effect this operation is having on the citizens of Minnesota, and the court must acknowledge that reality here. So, our protection against this is federalism. Okay? That's embodied in the 10th Amendment and the case law underneath it. It's what enables the state to act, and it's what enables you to act. You can't stop the federal government from doing what they're authorized to do, but you sure as hell don't have to give them your own resources to let them do it, and that's what we're asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Morsot, followed by Sarah Redmond.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Morisseau. I'm from Rochester Hills. Like many, I have watched the events in Minneapolis with... Thank you. Like many, I have watched the events in Minneapolis with horror. This is not normal. This is not the United States that we are proud to call our home. And I don't want Oakland County to become the next Minneapolis. Your support of the Senate bills is greatly appreciated, but as others have said, it is not enough. You have the power to make a difference in our community today by adopting resolutions that address the 5 asks. This is your chance to be on the right side of history. Thank you for your leadership and support.
Thank you very much. Sarah Redmond, followed by Danielle Mullen.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Redmond, and I live in Rochester Hills. And I want to raise an issue that nobody else has brought up so far, because I know we have a lot of passion in this room. But if you look around here, in this beautiful room with all these people, unless your heritage is 100% Native American, you are an immigrant. You are an immigrant. So I do this work as a person of faith. Social justice has been my life's calling, and I do it because I believe that we all live on this planet together and we need to protect one another. So I was pleased to see the Oakland County Sheriff get the award that they did, and I couldn't help but feel that I, as a non-person of color, I never worry for my life if I see that blue light flashing. I may go, oh no, I don't want a ticket. I wasn't doing anything wrong, was I? No, but I never worry about my life. If I were a person of color, I would worry about my life. For a short period, I lived in South Carolina, near Charleston. And for any person of color in this room, when you say Charleston, you think Mother Emanuel, where a young white man came in and killed people at prayer. You also think about the young black man who was behind on his child support. He was gunned down in the back, fleeing on foot from the police. So that sort of thing has happened in our country. It's happening in Minneapolis now. It's happening here in Michigan. It's also happening in Palestine. So what has happened in the West Bank with the IDF is the same sort of thing that is starting to happen on the streets of America. So same war, different fronts. We do not want that front of killing and attacking people on the streets of America. So thank you.
Thank you. Danielle, is it Mallon? Mallon, followed by Mike Wise.
Hello, my name is Danielle Mallon. I am a resident of Birmingham. Thank you so much for inviting us all here today. Thank you, commissioners, for supporting the Senate bills, but as so many of us have already said, we know it's not enough. It's not enough. We need Oakland County to take action now. We are asking for the resolution that is going to be discussed later. We're asking for no DHS ICE activity on Oakland County property without a judicial warrant. No 287G agreements now or ever. We're asking you to do the right thing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Mike Wise, followed by Sid Carton.
Mike Wise, Commerce Township. I would like to thank the commissioners for supporting the Senate bills 508, 509, and 510. This resolution is appreciated, but it is not enough. Oakland County must take local action now. We appreciate the resolution supporting the Senate bills. However, without local action, it is performative. Oakland County has the authority to act now, and residents are asking you to do so. We ask no DHS, CBP, or ICE activity on Oakland County property without a judicial warrant. We ask no 287G agreements now or ever. We ask $50,000 in county funding for legal aid serving Oakland County residents. We ask $100,000 through the Oakland County Health Department to address food insecurity for impacted children. We ask do not renew the ICE Clemis contract and commit to no future contracts with DHS, CBP, or ICE that violate the spirit of the Senate bills. Don't forget, No Kings, March 28th, Saturday, and don't forget the Epstein files.
Thank you. Mr. Cardin, followed by Pauline Whitworth-Smith.
Thank you. Sid Cardin, Huntington Woods. Thank you for your support of the Senate bills. I support them, and I also support Commissioner Cavell's resolutions that will be talked about later. When we talk about ICE, we are talking about the Trump administration. It is an authoritarian administration rapidly moving towards dictatorship as it expands the categories of who is an enemy of the state. Brown people, whether legal residents or citizens, are currently the most obvious enemy. They are assaulted by ICE with impunity. Black people have always been enemies of the white power structure, whether it's the massacre in Tulsa, the killing of George Floyd, or the recent murder of Keith Porter Jr. in Los Angeles by an ICE agent. With the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, white people have expanded the list of the enemies of Trump's state and have gained a more visceral understanding of the fears of minorities. This is, after all, Trump's state. Trump's ICE agents maim and murder as Trump's Department of Justice blocks inquiries into ICE's action. Trump's FBI stomps on the rights of voters in Fulton County by unconstitutionally stealing voter records and ballots from the state of Georgia. Trump has created a civil war. On one side, Trump, billionaires, political sycophants, and people like the January 6th insurrectionists, discontented people wearing sweatshirts with SMWE imprinted on them, who believe misguidedly that their allegiance to Trump will alleviate their discontent. On the other side, brown people, black people, members of the LGBT community, white people who protest, and all people who vote. 2 days ago in Southfield, people of disparate political beliefs united in their opposition to ICE. University of Michigan Regent George Acker, a strong supporter of Israel, stood with Rashida Tlaib, a strong supporter of Palestine, united in their opposition to ICE. What can be done to protect our rights from the egregiousness of Trump and his allies? First, the county cannot be complicit with ICE in any way. We cannot assist ICE while protecting citizens and the rights of residents and citizens. Second, Oakland County has to provide leadership that broadens the community's understanding of Trump's takeover. And third, the county needs to formulate a plan to protect our constitutional right to freely vote in the 2026 election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pauline Whitworth-Smith, followed by Sally Walker.
Bring this down here. There we are. Pauline from White Lake. I do want to thank you for supporting the Senate bills. And people think they won't pass, but I think they're underestimating Oakland County. If you do all you can do, like the 5 asks that people have stated here, I think you'll be very influential, and it might make a difference. It will make a difference to everyone who is here in Oakland County. We're lucky to be here. It is an excellent county to be in. I was reading a news article this morning from Reuters that stated that there were 4,400 losses in deportation cases since January. And I thought of the chaos that would cause. They're tying up 700 federal lawyers with this, some of them with 1,000 clients each. I just don't think you need the chaos. I think you can do better. I think you can show them how it's done. And if you do that well, we might just get a little more action from the Senate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sally Walker, followed by Izzy Capoya.
Hi, I'm Sally Walker. I live in Bloomfield Township, and I have been a resident of Oakland County since I was 7 years old. And I am proud to be a member of this community. I have not been a politically active person, but things that have been happening over the last year have forced me to become someone who is engaged. And I'm here to say I thank you very much for supporting the proposal, but we need to go further. Absolutely, 100%. Please, please consider the 5 asks and move that forward to keep Oakland County safe for our neighbors and our friends and the families. I have been going to all kinds of protests and doing everything I can, and I was talking to my doctor, who is a woman of color, who told me, thank you for doing that. I don't feel safe doing it. And I said, no problem. I'm a white woman in my 50s. Nobody's gonna, it's been such a privileged kind of place to be. And now we see that really no one is safe. And we have to protect everyone. We have to protect each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Izzy Capoya, followed by Jennifer Mark.
Hi, my name is Izzy Capoya, and I want to thank you for supporting the Senate bills. But as everybody else has said, that's not enough. So we have 5 asks. One is no DHS, CBP, or ICE activity in Oakland County property without a judicial warrant. No 287A agreements now or ever. $50,000 in county funding for legal aid serving Oakland County residents. $100,000 through Oakland County Health Department to address food insecurity for impacted children. And please do not renew the ICE Clemis contract. I wanted to just say that, as you can see, I'm a person of color. I have been living in Oakland County for about 50 years. And this is the first time that I'm afraid. I have never been afraid of walking out and doing what I need to do, and now I'm afraid. And I still continue to go to protests and do things like this, but I always have a cadre of my white friends because for some reason I feel that is protecting me, even though, as the woman before me said, it's not. We could all be at risk. So I feel very, very anxious because I come from a country where authoritarianism and police state was rampant. And I came to this country thinking, oh, this is a free country where I can do what I need to do within rights, et cetera, and I see it going downhill. So I'm very much afraid of losing the country that I came to live in, which was a lovely idea, and I lived in it for many years, and now it's very troublesome. And I also wanted to say that I have an extended family in the US. They're all brown or black, and I have asked them to carry their passports with them, which we've never done. In the 50 years I've lived here, I've never done that. But now I'm carrying it because I don't know what they're going to do with me. So I'm this little old lady. I don't think they can do very much, but they might. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Jennifer Mark, followed by Chris Lynch.
Good morning. My name is Martha Salagi. I'm a resident of Bloomfield Township. I want to thank the Commission for supporting the Senate bills, which we all know are not going to pass. We also know that they are symbolic and do not go nearly far enough in protecting the people of Oakland County. It does not rein in ICE and the Border Patrol, which are lawless paramilitary forces. The immigrant community in Oakland County, which has done so much to make this the vibrant, prosperous county that it is, deserves to feel safe, just as we all do. I support the resolutions. I support the proposals being put forth by Commissioner Cavell. And I want to add that doing the right thing is often risky and often uncomfortable. But I ask, in fact, I challenge the Commission to act anyway. In the words of Martin Luther King, we need to, the urgency, it's about the urgency of now. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Lynch, followed by Lori Lynch.
Good morning, and thank you for the support of Bills 508, 509, and 510. My name is Chris Lynch. I was born and raised in Oakland County and have been living in Beverly Hills since 1997. While your support of those bills is a very important message, it sends a strong message, it's, as you've heard, probably not going to be strong enough. So that's why I'm in support of these other asks. If you need this, I can certainly give you a copy. But it is time to send stronger messages about what's happening. I'm concerned that our democracy and our Constitution are slowly being eroded, and not by changes in laws, but by actions that are going unchecked. And those actions slowly erode at our rights living here in the United States. I'm part of a group called Strangers No Longer, a faith-based organization that has been doing a lot of things for immigrant support. One of those things is a program called Local for Local, where we've been meeting with local law enforcement agencies, including sheriffs and chiefs of police, to talk about the many, many concerns around 287G agreements and how those do not create safety and security, they erode safety and security, and they certainly erode trust. I talk to friends in Oakland County who don't feel comfortable. They're victims of crime. They don't feel comfortable going to the police because of what's happening right now. That shouldn't be that way. That does not increase our safety and security, it erodes it. And the trust is clearly eroded as well. I will tell you that, the complexities, I've been doing volunteer work for the American Bar Association as a court observer and doing a number of other things. And the complexities of our dysfunctional immigration system is really, really challenging. And it's unfair for our officers, our local officers, to be focused on trying to understand the ever-changing world that is. It's impossible to keep up with it. That's why the focus on local for local resources for the safety and security of the local residents, okay? Not enforcing, not becoming extensions of ICE. I'll also share with you that I have very close family in Beverly Hills. My children, my wife is from another country. My children are telling her, carry your passport, because she doesn't look like me or speak like me. I have a nephew right down the road in Beverly Hills, scared to leave because he was adopted from Guatemala, and he's experienced some really dreadful things. Do the right thing, send stronger messages. You can do it, you have the power. Find every way to send those messages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, Lori Lynch. And then next up will be Robin Canvasser.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just about. I do appreciate your support of the Senate bills, and as is stated, it's nice, but we need more local action. My name is Lori. I'm from Lake Orion, and I just want to say I appreciate the commissioners who voted in support of the resolutions, and we have a chance to do more, and I want to be part of a community that does more and says we showed up. And so with that, our asks are no DHS, CBP, or ICE activity on Oakland County property without a judicial warrant, no 287G agreements, $50,000 in county funding for legal aid serving Oakland County residents, $100,000 through the Oakland County Health Department to address food insecurity for impacted children. Do not renew the ICE Clemis contract and commit to no future contracts with DHS, CBP, or ICE that violate the spirit of the Senate bills as supported by you. My husband was an immigrant. He sadly passed away in 23, but he saw the writing on the wall and got his citizenship in 2021 because he could see the direction of this administration was to attack and exert vengeance rather than adhere to the oath that all elected officials take, and that is number one priority is to protect your residents. And this is our chance to say our actions support our oath. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robin Canvasser, followed by John Love. Is Robin here? Robin's not here. John? Pardon what? Is Robin? Robin? No. Canvasser. Okay. John Love.
Greetings. It's hard to even think of where to begin. The beer tax, 1.9 cents a bottle. It's been frozen for 50 years. Schools, we're 41st in the United States. We're right up in there. Roads, they unload the trucks that are overweight in Ohio when they cross the border. So we're right on top of all this. But the biggest thing that caused me to come here is the $29 million to buy Coulter Towers in downtown Pontiac. And the Democrats have gone along with this stuff. He needs to be recalled. This is a disgrace.
I'm guessing you're not speaking to the Senate bills.
Are the waste paper baskets full over at Brooks building, and that's why you need a new building?
Okay.
This is disgraceful. Total waste. And we'll see what happens on the recall, because this is unconscionable to do this with our money. Unconscionable. It's beyond any kind of logic. So you come up with you need to stop it. It's real simple.
Thank you, Mr. Love. All right, Marguerite Gupta. Again, this is the time to speak on items on the agenda.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Mark. I think somebody else got up earlier in my place, so if I could just be plugged back in so I could speak later.
Yes, I did call it. Yes. After Marguerite. Go ahead, Margaret.
Sorry. Just a minute. Now I have to get back in my phone. Okay. Here we go. My name is Margaret Gupta. I'm from Oakland Township. Again, where to start? The bills 8, 9, and 10 are dead. This is what I'm going to read. The Oakland County Board of Commissioners serves as the legislative and fiduciary body of the county government. Let's go over that again. Legislative and fiduciary body of the county government. Its primary responsibility is to act as a gatekeeper for county activities by setting policy and providing financial oversight for a multi-billion-dollar budget. You guys have fiscal oversight. Most importantly, you guys have policy formulation. You have administrative authority. You have strategic planning. And you can make appointments. You guys have a committee system to work with. Washtenaw did it. Oakland County can do too. This isn't about asking you guys to vote on bills. This isn't asking you guys to say, hey, what do you think about this? This is demanding you guys to take action now. Washtenaw did it. You can too. You guys have been given the directions to do it. Actually, directions. And you guys are sitting there wondering, hey, what's a policy? The best part is corporate counsel made it here today, guys. We are citizens. The county is to protect the county. Protect the citizens, protect policy. Protect our sheriff's organization and not put them in the frickin' middle of it and try to say, hey, what can we do, what can we not do? This is so important. We've never been at this juncture before. And now that we are, who's standing up? Who's saying something? Who's taking the leadership role? Oakland County's got a lot of residents. And I'm not even talking about the issues and matters I want to bring forward. This is so important because all ICE is and all these buildings that they're buying and renting and leasing and trying to get all the people in there per day, it's money laundering from the federal government, our taxpayers going to the billionaires who run the camps, the systems, and all the other stuff. All it is, money laundering. Money from here goes to here. Let's create the problem because they know the solution. It's not right. You guys have to stand up. You guys have to act. It's not even a timeline anymore. It's urgency, and there's enough people in here to sit there and say, yeah, hey, we need someone to take a forward step. Not let the state say what's going to protect our county. It's Oakland County protecting Oakland County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Mark, followed by Emily Duthan.
Thanks. My name is Jennifer Mark, and I live in Royal Oak. Thank you for supporting the Senate bills, but as you know, they will most likely never see the light of day. They also would not go far enough. You need to pass resolutions to protect people here and now in Oakland County. I urge you to protect Oakland County residents and visitors because everybody in the county should be protected, not just citizens. Protect us all from violent and racist federal forces that are terrorizing communities across the country. I urge you to make Oakland County ICE-free. Do not enter into any agreements, formal or otherwise, with a wink and a nod with DHS, CBP, or ICE. I urge you to provide county funding for legal aid for county residents. I urge you to provide funds for food for hungry children. This is a dangerous and frightening time for so many people. It's within your power, and it's your moral responsibility to protect and care for everyone in Oakland County. It's your opportunity to help us be on the right side of history, because it's becoming increasingly clear with every passing moment. This is history being made. From Ilya Somin of the Dispatch this morning, the 10th Amendment protects sanctuary jurisdictions from compulsion by the federal government, and their policies are also well justified on moral and pragmatic grounds. This is particularly true at a time when many federal immigration enforcement efforts are cruel and illegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emily? Followed by Lori Lolt. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi,
my
Emily.
name is Emily Duthan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm from Clarkston, Michigan. I'm asking Oakland County to catch up to the neighboring counties and other jurisdictions and protect our residents from ICE overreach. ICE is saying that they're going after the worst of the worst. I'd love that. After due process, in accordance with our Constitution, to their country of origin. I wish that ICE was doing this. I would support doing that, but that is not what they are doing. According to figures from the Department of Homeland Security, only 14% of the immigrants that they have arrested were charged or convicted of violent crimes. We have verified other data sources outside of the Department of Homeland Security has numbers even lower than that. So the vast majority of people that are being picked up by ICE are not convicted of any violent crimes or even charged with violent crimes. I'm with a local organization that has verified hundreds of abductions here in Oakland County just since in the last 6 months or so. ICE has picked up citizens and many legal residents with work permits, driver's licenses. They've picked up people, for example, they picked up a landscaper who was landscaping while brown here in Pontiac, and he was returned a few hours later when they discovered he was a U.S. citizen with a concussion and broken bones, broken ribs. No follow-up, no consequences to this at all. We have documentation of this. While I have been sitting here in this meeting just now, ICE has been picking up people in Bloomfield Hills, in Pontiac. They're running around all over Oakland County as we speak here. They're opening a detention center in Romulus and an office in Southfield. We are concerned that they will ramp up operations to fill those beds within a couple of weeks. We could be turning into Minneapolis here. And we don't want what happened in Minneapolis, we do not want to happen here in our county. We are simply asking that ICE follows our Constitution like every other law enforcement agency, identify themselves with uniforms and badges. Secret police are un-American, they harm public safety and trust. We're asking them to use judicial warrants and due process. There's no other way that we can distinguish between law-abiding residents and dangerous criminals. We're asking the sheriff to focus on enforcing local laws, not federal immigration laws. Please don't renew this Clemens contract or 287G agreements. We're asking the Oakland County prosecutor to follow up on these violations and ICE abuses. And we have the best elections, thanks to Lisa Brown, that I've ever seen. We do a great job running elections. Please make sure ICE stays away from our polls. We appreciate your support of the Senate bills, but without more action, it's performative. Your silence is complicity. You have the authority to act. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lori Lolt, followed by Megan Callahan.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lori Lutz. I live in Bloomfield Township, and I've been a proud resident of Oakland County for most of my 68 years. I have enjoyed that fortune only because this county and our state and country welcomed my grandparents fleeing pogroms, persecution, and poverty in Russia to come here to begin lives of freedom here, freedom to worship, speak, to gather, to raise and educate families, to pursue jobs of dignity and purpose, to vote, and to contribute as full citizens of this community. This is not just some story from history to me. I was lucky to know my loving grandparents and to understand their, and consequently my own, very real experience of the American dream. Sadly, what our immigrant neighbors have been experiencing under the current federal administration's unconstitutional policies and devastating, unconscionable, and deadly practices has been anything but. I hope that Oakland County chooses to continue to be the kind of community that my grandparents found when they arrived here. Specifically, I want to hope that you do so in word
as you have indicated you will, by supporting the Senate bills, and more importantly, by deed, in using the authority that we've entrusted to you to adopt the resolutions that will be introduced here today. Thank you.
Megan Callahan, followed by Kimberly Carmichael.
Good afternoon. I appreciate everyone who is here in this room in front of me and behind me, because I feel like I'm not alone. I was born in Royal Oak in 1978, and I grew up respecting my federal government, the Department of Homeland Security, which also has the same acronym of the Department of Human Services, which is also here to help us. I'm worried that we're losing trust in all levels of government and law enforcement. I'm also worried as a parent about my children. I always imagined I would be able to encourage my children to trust in our government system. And since we adopted 2 children who are not white, I have not been able to talk to them in that manner, and that saddens me so much. I looked last night to try to get names of children and families in our county who have been deported, and I struggled to do that. However, I was able to find many other names of children and families who are currently in detention, and to remind us why the U.S., the Senate bills 508 through 510 are important, and why the 4 asks that we're asking the commission to assist within Oakland County are so important is because this is happening to us. It's Americans who, at worst, are terrorizing other Americans, and that's not how our nation was founded. So what I would like to do now is read some of these names of children who are in custody in Texas, in Louisiana, and other places. And I'll continue to work to find the names of those children who have been put in detention from Michigan. And after I read these names, I invite you to say the Pledge of Allegiance with me to the America that values the lawful dignity of our Constitution and all the laws that fall beneath it. Mariella, Camilla, Oscana, Gabby, Nikita, Sonia, Juan, Cariexis, Gustavo, and Alexander. And as we speak, my children of color who are in Bloomfield Hills, I'm praying for them and all their classmates that they're not having to go through the trauma and insecurity of facing ICE today, as I will every day. So if you want to go back and remember when you were in elementary school and the Pledge of Allegiance came over the loudspeaker and everyone stood up together to say it to that America with those values, and those values we're fighting for here today, please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Kimberly Carmichael, followed by Willie Perkins. Okay. Willie Perkins. Is Willie? Oh, there he is. And then Shirley Yee will be next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First and foremost, I want to thank you guys for voting. I stand here as a father of a daughter who came home from her coworker being picked up from ICE. Came in the middle of the night, woke me up in tears of someone of a friend of hers that was taken in the middle of the night away from his family. To this day, they still don't know exactly where he's at. I stand here saying that evil flourishes when good people fail to act. I stand here to say that I don't want my children to continue to grow up in a society filled with fear, not knowing what may happen tomorrow. Yes, I am a citizen and a resident of Southfield, Michigan. I am an American. And I want my children who have friends that have been immigrants, who are fighting for citizenship, who are afraid what may happen to them in the school system, at work. To this day, right now, I was talking to my daughter yesterday, who is concerned about what her job is going to do if ICE come knocking at the door. What are their protocols and what are they supposed to do? We're good people here. Evil flourishes when we fail to act. It's our God-given authority and ability to do something. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to do more. Amen.
Thank you very much. Shirley Yee, followed by Crystal Motley.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I want you to take a moment to take your hand and just put it on your heart. I want to invite folks to do that, not to necessarily say the Pledge of Allegiance, but to feel your heartbeat. Do you feel it? You're still living. Yeah. There are folks who are not at the hands of ICE. I want to stand today to thank you for supporting SB 508, 509, and 510. Thank you, Senator Chang, for introducing the bill. The spirit of the bill focuses on protection of sensitive community locations, law enforcement transparency, accountability, data privacy, and civil liberties, need for judicial oversight, and I think you all know I'm going to say, we need to do more. If you voted for that in support of 508, 509, 510, or even if you didn't, that needs to be supported locally. You're our county commission. Think about when you were working on getting elected and getting those signatures. These are the folks right here who voted for folks here to be here today, and you represent us. In Oakland County, residents are being hunted. I'm a US citizen, born and raised in Bloomfield Hills at William Beaumont Hospital, but I'm carrying around a copy of my passport and my birth certificate because I am afraid. We know that our neighbor was taken at Walmart at South Adams in Rochester. Their car window was broken. We know another of our neighbors was snatched from their job at the Amazon warehouse in Wixom. Another of our neighbors was taken in West Bloomfield and kidnapped as they were on their way to work. Many of our neighbors right here in Pontiac have been and continue to be snatched up by ICE. I understand that this is a commissioners' meeting, but these are our lives. If you think about when you go into the room to vote, before you leave this earth, what do you want your legacy to be? I support the 5 asks. Those are the local enforcement of what Senator Chang's bill supports. Please support all 5 of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Crystal Motley, followed by Ann Rosetta. Crystal? Is Crystal here? Crystal left? Okay, Ann. And then Dan Lombardo.
Hi, I'm Ann Rosatka. I'm from Walled Lake, Michigan. And I am a very proud daughter of an immigrant, and I'm a very proud daughter of a World War II vet, my dad. My dad fought Nazis, and I do too. I love this state. I love Michigan, and I love my country. So I really want Oakland County to do better. I understand you supported that resolution. It's not enough. You have to do more. So I have my 5 asks here, and I'm going to read them off. So no DHS, CBP, or ICE activity on Oakland County property without a judicial warrant, not that administrative warrant crap that ICE does. A judicial warrant. No 287G agreements, now or ever, please. Nothing like that. No agreements. Also, $50,000 in county funding for legal aid and serving Oakland County residents, and $100,000 through the Oakland County Health Department to address food insecurity for the impacted children. Please think of the children. They're going to be so traumatized by this. And do not renew the ICE Clemens contract and commit to no further contracts with DHS, CBP, or ICE that violate the spirit of the Senate bills. And I guess that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Dan Lombardo, followed by Maureen Abel.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the people here who have supported the Senate bill. And I'd like to point out that something everybody should know, that ICE has doubled in size in the last year. And they've announced that they intend on increasing their workforce by 120% in the next year. So I think it doesn't take a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maureen Abel, followed by Clover DeVore.
Hi, my name is Maureen Abley, and I am a resident of Commerce Township, Michigan. I really appreciate being able to speak today, and I also appreciate your support of the Senate bills. But I know I speak for not only myself, my family, my friends, but my entire community when I say that is not enough. You need to put some teeth behind that. You need to make a real difference by putting county policies in place that can make an actual impact. Words aren't going to cut it here. People are losing their lives. I have a friend who became a U.S. citizen about 10 years ago, and she recently declined an invitation to lunch with other lady friends because she was afraid to leave home. I have another immigrant friend who is now a citizen who is afraid to go to the grocery store. I have family members whose skin is brown, and I fear for their safety every single day. I have a friend who is an ICE watcher, is what I call it, and every time she goes out, I am terrified that she will be pulled from her car, thrown on the ground, and hurt. She's a good, kind woman and the kindest person I've ever met. So, those are just some of my personal reasons for asking you to take action and act now. Your entire community is counting on you to put policies in place to protect our community and support the rule of law. Use your power to do what is morally right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clover DeVore, followed by Jessica Mihalik. Is Clover here? Had to leave? Jessica Mihalik? Okay, how about Miriam Faruqi?
Hey, hi. I'm here again. I was here last week asking for the same things. I don't like the resolution that says let's just go to the House and ask them to say ICE is bad, and they're not really going to do that anyways. It doesn't make sense. I think any kind of like governing entity, I feel like you always have to think, where is our like jurisdiction, right? Like, okay, Oakland County. What can we do in Oakland County? So I don't know why we're talking about what we're going to do at the state level. That's one, it's that and. So it just doesn't make any sense that no one here is wanting to do anything at the county level. And I hope that people do that. I'm here to support the package of resolutions, the aid, no ICE on Oakland County property, all the other part of that whole package. And one thing I wanted to just point out is nothing, like no one's saying anything crazy here. It's actually really crazy that we have to be here to say that there are government people, there are people in our government that are not following the law. They're arresting people without a court order. That's all we're saying is that, hey, these people who are not following the law, don't let them not follow the law on Oakland County property. It's already the law, it's already the law. It just has to be said today because of the state that things are at. And also just thinking about where we are, everyone in this whole office building, they're here. These are people that are busy, that have lives, that have kids, that have jobs, and they're here to fill out long, boring forms to get random permits for random things and pay their fees and whatnot. Do you know why? Because if they don't, there will be consequences. Because we have something called rule of law. So I don't know why it's crazy to say when we say, hey, let's also apply those consequences to governments or to ICE agents when they don't follow the law. If you try to arrest someone for absolutely no reason, there should be consequences, such as you're not allowed on here unless you're going to have a court order. So I'm here to say, please do something where you have the power to. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up, Justine Gabrath, followed by Robin McGregor. Is Justine?
Good afternoon. My name is Justine Galbraith. I live in Troy. I want to thank the committee from last week for the resolution supporting Senate Bills 508 through 510. I think these are important bills. I wish that we had a legislative makeup that they would go further than they've gone, but because we don't, I'm asking for a policy that bars ICE from all county property, a policy against any 287G agreements between any county entity and ICE, a cancellation of the Clemens contract with ICE, and then like so many others have said, I support the funding for legal aid and for food assistance for those who are affected by ICE activity in Oakland County. These actions are necessary because ICE has taught us that they are not a regular law enforcement agency. They're not functioning the way law enforcement should function in our country. They operate anonymously, masked, in unmarked vehicles. In Minneapolis, we saw them enter homes without warrants, take legal asylees, including children, and of course, murder Americans in the street, and so far they're doing it with impunity. In Savannah on Monday, as a gentleman mentioned earlier, a teacher was killed in a car accident as a man fled from ICE. They are not making communities safer. They don't operate within the law or according to standards of good policing. ICE is already here in Michigan. We know they've been operating in Pontiac, Rochester Hills, Ypsilanti, Grand Rapids, across the state, and there are now signs that Metro Detroit could become the next Chicago or Portland or Minneapolis. As it has already been mentioned, ICE has just purchased an office in Southfield and a human warehouse in Romulus that can hold thousands. This means that our leaders need to be bold in responding to the ICE's presence in our communities. We need leaders at every level doing what they can to add layers of protection for our residents. And political realities being what they are, we know that we cannot count on the federal government to regulate ICE and make sure that they are following the law and giving people due process and not brutalizing communities. At the state level, we've heard the House say it's not going anywhere, so that means it falls to you. Masked secret police in our communities is a 5-alarm fire. If there were ever a time to ask for forgiveness later and permission, ask for forgiveness later rather than permission now, it's the time. Please act boldly. Please pass the resolutions put forth by Commissioner Cavell and enact protective policies today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robin McGregor.
Robin McGregor, Waterford. I was here last week in Lago. Oakland County is the base of what Michigan is. How do we make that difference when Washtenaw County has already said, this is important to us? When I have 9 neighbors that I have to make sure that they're fed because their spouses are legal immigrants. They live here, they have citizenship, but now that they're detained, they may not get back to where they need to be. It's been 7 weeks. Their families are afraid to go to school. Their spouses won't come out of the house. We have to deliver food at all times of the days and nights. ICE is in Waterford. I've seen them, I've visualized them, and I've also seen them in Pontiac. The thing is, they don't care about the law. When they shot the first white person, I went to school for law enforcement. The first thing he did is after he shot her, he put his gun in his holster, he got in his car, he left. Our sheriff's department can't do that. We have to go through a process. Why can they go out and do what they want to do? Killing a human being is not a good thing. In Oakland County, we are so much better than that. I don't want to be in Minnesota. I don't want to be where we are afraid to go out. We shouldn't be that way. You as commissioners, you make a difference. You set the precedence of where we're going and what we're doing. You show the community how we can be different and how we can stand up. Just like in Germany in World War II, people didn't stand. We didn't take care of things. We are seeing the same thing slowly eroding. I never in my lifetime thought this would ever happen. How do we make this difference? Senate bills 8, 9, and 10 are beautiful. They're not enough. The House isn't going to pass it. We can make that difference in Oakland County. We can do that today. When you take recess and go back into our caucus, put together the 5 asks. Make that difference. Charlie asked for money for funding for food insecurity before Christmas. We voted it down. Nobody thought it was important then. This has been going on for a bit. We have hundreds of people that are not home today that are legal citizens. And we're trying to protect them, just like I hope somebody would protect me someday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So those are the names I had on my list. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comment? If you can just come to the microphone, introduce yourself, community of residence, and proceed.
Hi, my name is Paul Weinberg. I live in Rochester. Thank you, commissioners, for supporting Senate bills 508, 509, and 510. However, as has been stated, they don't go far enough and they will never pass. Accordingly, Oakland County must act now to protect its residents. I am faculty at Oakland University. I work with international students and they are scared. They carry their documents everywhere they go. They have student visas. However, they know that when ICE or CBP come for them, these documents do not guarantee that they will be able to stay in this country. These documents do not guarantee that they will not be critically injured in the streets or in detention centers. I work in teacher education. I work with student teachers and professional teachers in Oakland County schools. Their K-12 students are afraid to go to school if they are people of color and ICE is operating in their area. Increased absences are putting these students farther and farther behind. ICE's presence is terrifying our communities. So I ask for the 5 asks that we have stated again and again, and then one additional one. So no DHS, no CBP, no ICE activity on Oakland County property, no 287G agreements, now or ever, $50,000 in county funding for legal aid serving Oakland County residents, $100,000 through Oakland County Health Department to address food insecurity for impacted children. Do not renew the ICE CLEMIS contract and commit to no future contracts with DHS, CBP, or ICE that violate the spirit of the Senate bills, and no ICE at our polls. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Courtney John, and I didn't plan on being here today, but at midnight I got a call from one of my former students. I helped to start an ESL program maybe 20 years ago in Waterford, and she said, I hate to ask you this, Ms. John, but could you help us? I'm like, sure, but it wasn't coming here. It was for food. It was to get some money so they can help pay their bills. Like I said, I'm a retired teacher from Waterford. I have 3 This is the third parent that I've tried to help their family. The first one, they found him through his tax records. They pay taxes. The second one, he was reporting to the immigration office, and after he came out doing what he was supposed to do, ICE arrested him. And this one, Mr. H, I'll say, was going to work off of Elizabeth Lake Road. There's a Wendy's, and ICE has been known to park behind it. And he pulled out, and he said, "What did I do?" And he said, "You're Mexican." That was it. And so he was in a detention center in Monroe for 5 months. I went earlier in the year during his hearing. He was trying to get a bond hearing. His hearing was supposed to be at 9:30. At 1:30, we were still sitting there. We didn't get to speak for him. And he had to wait another month to get it. As of 2 days ago, he was deported. Well, let me back up a minute. At Christmas, Yaz, my old student, called me and said, I talked to Poppy, and they're given a burner phone. I know this, and she said, "Did you have any Christmas dinner?" And they said, dry rice and a piece of bread. And it just continues on, these horrible things that I won't get into. My teaching friends, these kids aren't coming to school. They're afraid to leave, and their parents are afraid for them to leave. I tried to deliver diapers and formula to a family that one of the fathers had been picked up by ICE. It took me 3 days to get into their apartment to deliver formula and diapers because the ICE agents were sitting out there, and if they let me in, they could come in then. This is crazy. We can't live like this. I taught government. I know this isn't how it's supposed to work. So please support those Senate bills like you're doing and the 5 Ask. And I want you to really think about the human side of it because that's who we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Welcome. You can state your name and community of residence.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. I apologize in advance. I'm not skilled at public speaking. My name is Debbie, and I'm a resident from Oxford. I never imagined that in 2026, that here in the United States of America, I would have to defend human rights and due process. Last week, I was here, and I was encouraged to see the Oakland County historians remain in the room during public comment, witnessing as history unfolded. They saw our voices raised, the concerns that we shared, and the decisions that you as commissioners chose to make in response. Thank you so much for supporting the state Senate bills on civil immigration enforcement. I recognize the challenges and the issues that you face supporting those, and it's a very important first step. Unfortunately, as you've heard, it's not enough alone, and just the way the immoral and unethical ways ICE operates. And I'm asking you, the commissioners of Oakland County, not the state, right now in this moment, to pass the actionable resolutions that addresses how Oakland County uses its building resources and budget. It comes down to this: not one more resident, not one more human being should be sent to these for-profit detention centers where basic human rights and constitutional rights have been and are currently being violated. The change starts here at the local level with decisions that reflect our community values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comment?
Hello, thanks for having me. I'm Diane Falkowski from Lake Orion. I was here at the last committee meeting, and so I want to thank you again for supporting the Senate bills. And also just to let you know that we are all incentivized to do things by different things, and so I'm just going to keep showing up, and hopefully that'll provide some incentive to some of you to do more and to protect us all. We have this argument or perception of makers versus takers and who has value and all of that. I didn't install my own roof. I didn't trim my own trees. I don't grow my own food. So I think that we all have opportunities to contribute. We all have opportunities to take. We do both. And we live in community, and we can build community to look like we want. We can close our eyes and imagine and have dreams of what that might look like. And I think a lot of our community right now, we appreciate cheap labor. And if we continue down this path, which is eliminating a lot of cheap labor, then what do we want? Free labor? And we have all these detention camps that are opening up where we're going to have lots of bodies. And so it's inevitable where we're going. And I think I just ask all of you to use your imagination. Take part in the arts, watch movies, read books, look at paintings, dream about where you want to see Oakland County in the next 5, 10, 25 years for your children and grandchildren and what we leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Mr. Flores.
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mike Flores de Troy, and I am Oakland County. I want to thank all of you for supporting the resolutions that the Senate has introduced. It was thoughtful, it was carefully written, and it checked all the right boxes. It also accomplished absolutely nothing here in Oakland County. For months, we've seen what's happening across the nation. For more than 15 days, your constituents have done exactly what you ask of us in a democracy. We've emailed you. We've called you. We've met you. We've taken time off of work. We've spoken publicly. We've engaged respectfully, persistently, and in good faith. And after all that engagement and all that input, after all that clarity from your constituents, the best you could do is a resolution supporting legislation that we know is going to die in Lansing? That's not action. That's outsourcing responsibility. Residents did not ask you to support a press release in Lansing. We asked you to act here in Oakland County, where you have the authority, where you have the jurisdiction, and where you have the decision to make immediate action. You have received 5 asks. They are not radical. They are not vague. They are specific, lawful, and entirely within the power of this county to implement. There are 19 commissioners on this board, 19 elected leaders entrusted with governing one of the most resource counties in the state. You have legal counsel, access to legal counsel. You have experienced staff. You have policy experts. You have the ability to draft contracts, allocate funding, and set policy. And yet somehow, after all that, the most we can do is a symbolic resolution and gesture pointing to Lansing. Commissioners, leadership is not about identifying how to tell somebody else what to do. Leadership is about acting when it's your responsibility. This is your responsibility. The buildings are ours, the contracts are ours, the budget is ours, the policies are ours, and we, the people, are asking you, the commissioners, to protect our neighbors. The buck stops here, it stops at this board, and it stops with Woodward. Let's hear it. When will Woodward stop issuing performative resolutions and start taking real action to protect all Oakland County residents? We're paying attention, and we're going to come back. Oakland County residents deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like to speak during public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment. How many people do we have signed up? Like how, for the second public comment? Yeah, we'll do the second. We'll do the second public comment.
Right now?
No. We got. Yeah. I mean, there were a handful. We could probably get it all done, but that's another half hour, it looks like. So, okay, we're going to close the first public comment, and that will bring us to standing reports to standing committees. And first up is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Smith-Charles, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Is there any discussion on any of the items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please prompt the vote?
Commissioner Nelson. Mr. Chair, you have 17 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The consent agenda is adopted. That will move us to our regular agenda. And first up, I'll call on the Chair of Economic Development Infrastructure Committee, Commissioner Yolanda Smith-Charles. Is the mic on?
No? Oh, maybe I am. Okay, great. The Economic Development Infrastructure Committee has 3 items before us today. The first is the county executive appointment of Cheryl Bush as Oakland County's Aviation Director, and that is my motion.
Moved by Commissioner Smith-Charles, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, you have 17 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The resolution is adopted. Commissioner Charles.
Thank you. Item 14B is the creation and reimbursement of positions to support Facilities Management Department, and this is my motion.
Moved by Commissioner Smith-Charles, seconded by Commissioner Lubes. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, you have 12 yeas, 5 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The resolution is adopted. Commissioner Smith-Charles.
I am looking at item 14C now, which is a purchase of property at 70 East Silverdome Industrial Park, Pontiac, Michigan, and this is a motion to adopt.
Moved by Commissioner Smith-Charles, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Long, followed by Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chairman Woodward. So I asked most of my questions in finance, but I've been thinking about this, and is there, I guess I didn't see anyone to ask before we got in here, but I just really have a hard time purchasing another building when we're going to have so many empty buildings on this complex. I know they said we needed a warehouse, but buildings can be easily repurposed to knock out a back wall and put ramps for access that way. But I just wonder, do we have buildings that are 28,000 square feet on campus now? And also, why the timing of now? Why couldn't we lease the building that we're in now for 2 more years or 3 more years until we see what our footprint of this county complex looks like? So I'm having a little bit, I'm kind of 50-50 on this one. It's a lot of money. I know that it's time sensitive, but I am having trouble because I hate to see empty buildings in communities. And we're gonna have half of an empty complex here, I think. So I'm a little resistant to put this money towards this at this time. I don't know if anyone's here that could answer. I didn't see anyone. I just wanted to know why we had to do that. We couldn't extend the lease 1 or 2 more years. Why the timing of right now, all of a sudden, do we need our own building and not just sign the lease again and go on for 2 more years? That's my concern. If anyone knows that, I asked someone in finance, but I didn't get an answer to that part of it.
Okay, Commissioner Long. If Commissioner Powell to that
point. Me and Long was thinking the same thing, and in our committee, it was addressed that the individuals that is involved with this, reviewing the purchase, investigating if any of our buildings will fulfill the need of what the current building need was. They stated that none of our buildings currently could fill the capacity, and even if we were to build out or renovate, it would cost a lot more money for us to do that, and from a cost effectiveness comparison, they stated that this was the best solution. Also, the reason why we have to move from the current location in Pontiac is because we can't renew the lease, and things that is going on with the building, the man is not willing to sell the building. And it was better for us to buy and not keep leasing with the building that we're currently in under the renovation issues that we have that need to be done. The landlord ain't trying to help with that, so that's why they went to seek out a new building. The building that we're currently moving to landed everything that we needed with a little renovations, and from a cost-effective standpoint, it was better. It was less overall what we'll spend than trying to do any other renovations with any current buildings in our capital improvement plan that we are planning to do whatever with. So I may have not been that clear, but that's my understanding, and that's why we're moving. And Finance Chair, okay, yeah, Gwen is shaking her head, so we were kind of close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you. I will not be voting yes for this. I think it's good for this department to expand their building, but I don't agree that we should use fund balance, especially because something like purchasing a building takes a lot of time. So this should have been something that was baked into the budget, so it would be budgeted and not using fund balance. So I'm voting no.
Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you, Chairman Woodward. I have the same concerns, and I see this happen often in government. When they want to spend a bunch of money somewhere else, they determine that by fixing something up we already own will cost more than that. I just heard that we're going to spend like $4.2 million on this building. It's going to take X amount of dollars to do some rehab on the building, and I can't believe that we should not examine what's on our campus here that we're leaving, and I can't believe it cost anything close to $4 million. We're talking about warehouse space. We're not talking about anything other than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, you have 12 yeas, 5 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted. Commissioner Smith-Charles?
That concludes the items under EDI for regular agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That'll bring us up to the Finance Committee, and I'll call up the Chair of the Finance Committee, Commissioner Gwen Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee has one item on the regular agenda. It's item 15A, exception to the purchasing policy extensions beyond 5-year term with Applied Innovation and Van Cleve and Associates. That's my motion.
Moved by Commissioner Markham, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Any discussion? Commissioner Cavell.
I'm going to be voting no on this. I understand the tricky situation this puts the people on the ground that have to implement these policies and the services that the TAC-to-track devices and the IT will be doing. But in light of Oakland County having to fire 4 people for inappropriately breaking state law on a Clemis contract before we then spun off Clemis, which is an IT software program, and these are IT contracts that we are voting to go around the bid process for, it seems wholly inappropriate for us to vote yes on not going through a proper and transparent bid process, even if it's only for $13,000, because again, we had to fire 4 people that run Clemis and IT after they broke state law, and that's unacceptable.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, you have 14 yeas, 3 nays.
Affirmative, a sufficient number voting the affirmative, the report is adopted. Commissioner Markham.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the report of the Finance Committee for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Move to public safety. Nope. I think we took those up. The Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee. The chair, Commissioner Brendan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 2 items today on the report of the Legislative Affairs Government Operations Committee. The first is the adoption of resolution in support of Michigan Senate Bills 508, 509, and 510.
Moved by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Smith Charles. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have to say a whole lot. I told everyone who was at my committee last week, and I've told anyone who's talked to me in person over the last month and a half, that as an American, as a Michigander, as a human being, my heart has weighed tremendously heavy with watching our country devolve and basic human rights be egregiously trampled upon, in my opinion. And I appreciate the expression of public engagement with me and with our committee. And there has been a lot of work that we have done. I regret that we don't meet more often as a full board. Today is the first meeting we've had as a full board in a month. And it's the first chance that we as commissioners have been able to do anything, introduce anything in a month. And I know that we have at least 6 resolutions that are going to be introduced later today about this issue, in addition to this right now. I will say, so much had happened in the last month that I exercised a right that I have as committee chair to inordinately introduce this resolution. That is improper, but chairs get to do that if we want to. Otherwise, we have to wait for a full board meeting to introduce a resolution, and then it goes through the committee process, and then it eventually might make its way to the next full board meeting. I chose to do an inordinate introduction with this resolution, which I believe in and I do think is necessary, but it is a legislative resolution because I am the chair of the Legislative Affairs Committee. I am not the chair of public health or public safety. I am not the chair of the committee that oversees facilities. I am the chair of Legislative Affairs. And that is the committee that I'm proud to chair, and that's the resolution that I am proud to proffer right now that has passed this committee and that I would encourage my colleagues to vote for. I do think that there's a lot more we can do, and I'm grateful to the chairs of the other committees for working with me on an introduction that we're going to see later today. But that's my comment on this resolution right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Johnson. Any Commissioner Miller, followed by Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I would like to say, as I was hoping that we do one resolution that covers everything, just so we can satisfy this resolution as one instead of doing a bunch of them. Second, I would say that I ask everybody that's here today, there's 2 influential people to the Speaker of the House, which is Donnie Steele and Mark Tisdale. They both chair committees. I ask you to reach out to them. A lot of people spoke today or in their district. Don't lose hope there. They have a lot of cloud with the Speaker, and that you can get them to push him over to get that done in the House. So don't lose hope there. And I will be voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you. I just want to lift up that Oakland County has the ability and responsibility to set policy, which is that committee that Brendan was talking a lot about himself in, and in appropriating taxpayer money, and in managing county contracts, which also is part of the LAGO committee. So saying all this to say, you've now heard from the people. Please listen to them and let us do our job in helping support the vulnerable among us.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavell. Commissioner Johnson.
I just respectfully, that is not true. Our committee does not oversee every single contract that this county engages in, Commissioner Cavell. The public safety contracts go through the Public Safety Committee. The health contracts go through that committee. The finance contracts go through that committee. The economic development contracts go through that committee. It's wildly inappropriate of you to suggest that I am somehow a deity of policy in Oakland County. That's not true. And it's harmful to us in this chamber, and it's harmful to the residents that you are lying to suggest otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this resolution. This resolution does not prohibit anything at the county level. It does not amend policy. It doesn't restrict any county departments. It takes essentially, once again, support for a bill that, as we outsource it to Lansing, it's not going to move anywhere. It's not going to do anything. We can act locally today, again, here in this room, yet I still am not sure why we are continuing to pass the bucket and outsource our responsibilities to Lansing outside of it just being an avoidance tactic. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. Commissioner Cavell, you already spoke. So anybody else that want to speak on the resolution? I guess I'll say some things. And I'm glad that the record was corrected in terms of what our committees actually do. And there has been a tremendous amount of misinformation being spread about what's been on an agenda, not on the agenda, who takes things off the agenda and everything. And I have a little hunch on who's helping spread that information. But it doesn't really matter, because the people that are in this room, largely, the large majority of the people in this room, share the same sentiment that a majority of this governing body and the county executive and what I believe the most of people across this county. We don't want ICE here. What ICE is doing is a travesty. It's a travesty. It's a stain on America. It is the endorsement of a presidential administration that allows mass thugs to run around, to violate the law, trample on the Constitution, is horrific. We've all seen with our own eyes what ICE has been capable of doing. We've all seen, read and heard, and we've heard from the stories that have had personal interactions about the terrible behavior and actions that this department is, that this agency has done. It has broken the trust of the American people. It is everything that America is not. And it's important for me to say that everyone, most of the people on this board and across this county do not want them here, and do not support their actions, and are prepared to do everything that we possibly can to protect people. Now, that being said, now when it comes down to governing, and what does governing mean? So since our last board meeting, there's been a lot of conversations. Corp Counsel has been engaged. We've been working very closely with the county administration to not only identify all the legal authority and actions that we can take, but also to make sure that whatever we adopt, that we do so in a way that's prepared so that when ICE shows up at our door, that our employees are not at risk, our residents are at risk, and that we are on the strongest foundation of law to be able to fight back. I say that, and while I do appreciate lawyers who have sent there, and I have actually forwarded all the legal opinions that have been sent to me, and I think many others, and sharing that with Corp Counsel, there are nuances to county government, that our powers are very much prescribed by the state of Michigan, which is why not supporting this legislation, it is complete hogwash that you support the tenets of what that legislation is doing and not be part of the solution, because the power that Oakland County has is prescripted by the state of Michigan. Said another way, we explicitly do not have extra powers that are not explicitly given to us by the state. Now, county, particularly a county under the unified governing statute that Oakland County and Bay County operate under, are slightly unique from other counties, a charter county or the other standard statutory county legislation. Those things matter. And as a governing body, we are actively working to figure out how do we navigate those, whatever limitations exist, to put things in place to be able to act with fortitude, authority, and direct proactive motivation. So, when someone says you have the authority to be able to do that, great. And now we're going to be talking with our Corp Counsel to expressly lay out what some of those things are. There are other things that have been put out there that, again, not completely, and we're going to talk about it a little bit in caucus. We're going to see what advice I move forward. The Clemens purchase order that ICE has had a historical agreement with, that process of breaking that contract has already begun by the administration. That contract is not being renewed, and the process of canceling it has already happened. And to suggest otherwise is false. There are no 287G agreements here in Oakland County, and this board and this administration will never be supportive of them. And there are more we can do, and we will do. And I guess I say this with the strongest clarity and with the passion that I have now just around this issue about our duty to protect our residents is, as the information is coming from, from the Washtenaw resolution being adopted and the work that has been going on and dedicated staff that is working over the last few weeks, they are continuing to do so. And getting it right really matters, because if we get it wrong, it's really bad. So, with that, I want to commend the chair for bringing this up. This is not the end. This is a first step. It was a first step because, one, it was, and those on this board have heard me, like, I am not necessarily one that is bought into that we need to pass things that not only show our values and what we stand on. I'm very much focused on, let's focus on the doing. But this is a moment in this country's history that people need to say, this is where we are. And so if you do not vote for this, you do not support the things that are called in this legislation, the reform we want to do and enforce on ICE. Now, personally, I don't think ICE is reformable. I think it needs to be dismantled. We need to start over. It has gone too far. But to the extent that the state has power to be able to do that, to the extent that the state has the authority to grant counties to take action and adopt, whether it's ordinance or policy, we are going to do it. And we will do it, whether it's through executive order and through other things. And so, despite all of that, we will do everything we possibly can to make sure we protect our residents, because this is Oakland County. We welcome everyone. One of the first counties to adopt a welcoming county status. We value everyone. We're stronger because of it, and we will fight to the end to protect it.
Good words, put it in writing.
With that, Commissioner Hoffman for the first time, Commissioner Long for the first time.
This might come as a shock to you, but I agree with you.
It happens once a decade.
So that'll be in the minutes. I am going to support this as I did in the committee, and it might not have any effect, but what it's going to do, as you've suggested, it's a beginning. They're going to start to hear our voice. And I know collectively we can get together and do something that is legal and forceful and beneficial. And I support it.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Long.
Okay, so I listened to all the public comment and stuff and how terrible Trump is and all this. But I just want to bring back a reminder. And I'm not saying ICE does everything properly, because there's two sides to every story. I don't think they're just going out arresting people that are not illegal. I just don't think that. There are two sides. Tragic that there's deaths. I agree. Should they be reformed? Yes, I agree. However, if we have to look back, Biden let in 20 million illegal immigrants. Trump is trying to take care of it, okay? Obama, where was this outrage when Obama was president, who divided us racially more than any president, and even Jesse Jackson's daughter has said that in his passing. Yes, she did. And when he arrested illegal immigrants, they were in chains and cages. Now, we all saw those, and there was not one protester here. So I'm sorry. I listened to it all, and I agree. I'm not saying that I think it's tragic that people got killed protesting. I'm not saying that, but it was really hard for me to sit through and just blame President Trump, who is trying to clean up illegal. I am all for immigration. We are all immigrants, but we came in legal through Ellis Island, okay? And I'm for legal immigrants here, not illegal. And they are getting our tax dollars. So to just say we're going to get rid of ICE, I don't agree. Does it need reform? Yes. Should people get killed, innocent people? No. But I won't be supporting it. I don't think we should tell federal government how to do their job. Now, if all this keeps happening, there's going to be change. There is change. There's probably change coming. But I'm just saying, I just didn't see any outrage when President Obama, I'll be respectful and call him President Obama, was president, and there was pictures still showing up where they were little kids chained in those little cages being ready to be deported. And we all saw them. And I don't think that was fake media. I think CNN showed it. I don't think that was false. I mean, so I just want to say there's two sides to it. I listen to everyone. I don't know if they're going, I don't think they're just going in random houses in Waterford, knocking on doors and taking people and not letting them go get food. I just don't believe it.
Okay, everyone listen to everybody. Everyone has the right to speak. Commissioner Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to kind of carry off of Commissioner Long, what she was saying, that when you spend years refusing to enforce the law, and I'm speaking, of course, about having an open border and letting so many in that we just don't know who they are. But when you don't enforce the law, enforcement then looks quite harsh, the moment it resumes. It's not being cruel, it's the consequence of deliberate neglect. I don't want to tell the feds how to do their job. One other point I wanted to make, and that is, I think we've all heard this, 14% of ICE detainees are only 14 are violent criminals. I think it's important that everyone understands that is misleading. Here are what 9 violent crimes that do not fall under that 14%. So all drug trafficking, all crimes of theft, crimes of fraud, DWI, child porn, child endangerment, child trafficking. You get closer to 70% when you include those. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Powell.
I just want to say, I do govern the city of Pontiac, and last I knew, it's a lot of activity going on in the city of Pontiac. I have a small business as a tax preparer, and I have Hispanic clients. The stuff is happening. And I'm not about to sit here and let not one of my colleagues sit up here and say, I don't think this happened in Waterford. I don't. Move to Pontiac, move to Waterford. Go see it, it's happening. And I am not. And to blame other presidents and all that other stuff, they did their turn. We talk about what's happening right now. And last I knew, President Trump is making a lot of stuff happen, and we're all feeling it. I don't care if your skin color, black, blue, white, red, or green. He is affecting everybody here, and including y'all over there. And y'all know that. I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Nelson for a second time.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back, Chairman, with something that you said. A vote on a symbolic resolution is not a vote against ICE. It is a vote on whether this board is taking actual county-level action or simply just expressing support for state legislation. Those are two separate things. You're right about one thing. Hang on, Chairman. You were right about one thing. We don't have control here in our county with what happens in Washington. But you know what we do have control over? That's taking control of things here in our own backyards. And while we do have many restrictions, we do have the ability to address issues directly here in Oakland County and not delay them. It's a choice and it's a priority of our values.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Smith-Charles.
Thank you, Chair. I want to commend my colleague Robert Hoffman for being brave and bold and just have his eyes open and realize that this is happening in every corner of this county. I'd also like to correct just one little thing that keeps permeating itself throughout our meeting here. Native Americans, yeah, by definition, they were here. But Black people, African Americans, are not immigrants. I think the saying is, Plymouth Rock landed on us. So I want folks to reframe the conversation that there are two bodies of people on this in this country whose blood, sweat, and tears is in this soil. And it's not too hard to figure that out. So I'm not gonna let anyone remove history, not on my watch, and forget that. And so I think this measure that the Lago Committee put together, like it was said before, is a good first step. Having conversation today, I know that one of the things that's holding us back from like knee-jerk reaction is to make sure that our staff is not put into a weird situation where how am I supposed to navigate between federal and local? That is really the only consternation. It's not whether we agree on whether or not they should be here. So naturally, I'm in support of it, but I just want us to be very, very clear. This is an attack. These are terrorists, just authorized by hate and a fear of being no more white people, I guess. And that they want to put immigrants and people of color, I mean, you could be a citizen and still caught up in this. So this is a good first step. I'm so grateful that at the time that this goes to vote, we may have a unified body of people over here. And so I just want people to remember elections have consequences. If you don't like what people are saying or their inaction, you know what to do. And so I am fully in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cavell for a second time. On the resolution.
Yep, I just want to give thanks and praise to all the public comment because you have scared your government into action. So thank you to all of you for taking the steps you did to make us do better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And please join the committee room when they break for caucus to figure out what they want to do that is actionable because we need to make sure that these
All right,
are deeds,
Commissioner
not just
Cavell, you
words.
speak to the chair. Commissioner Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, and I'm going to vote for this, but I resent the fact that I had to be scared to do this. I have values. I ran for office years and years ago because I stand for human rights, civil rights, women's rights. I have always felt that way. And to say the public coming here scared me? No. I really appreciate and respect every public commenter. It takes a lot of guts to research the issue, find out what time the meeting is, show up, say what you think. We heard people with shaky voices today. It's not an easy thing to do. I have great respect for them. I don't agree with all of them. They have a right to come here and speak. But to say that they scared us, I really resent that. I do this job to the best of my ability because this is the job I wanted. And I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavell. Markham. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have 12 yeas, 5 nays.
A sufficient number voted in the affirmative. The resolution is adopted. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one other item from the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee, and it is the recommendation that the board act as follows to reappoint Mavita Burris to the Citizens Advisory Council Regional Convention Facility Authority for a 4-year term beginning March 3rd, 2026 and ending March 2nd, 2030.
Moved by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Ann Erickson-Galt. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
No.
Aye. Oh, no, but I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll prompt the vote.
That's why we have a clue.
My grumbly tummy getting in the way.
I get that. Commissioner Long? Oh, yeah, you're good. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, you have 17 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the appointment is confirmed. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the report of the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time we are going to stand at ease. Probably take a 5-minute break, and then the Democratic caucus will reconvene as discussed in the previous caucus. Commissioners, if we could take our seats, and members in the audience take their seats as well. We'll reconvene the February 19th Board of Commissioners meeting at 2:40 p.m. and I'll call on the clerk to please call the roll to establish quorum.
Commissioner Cavell. Here. Commissioner Erickson Galt. Here. Commissioner Gershenson. Here. Commissioner Gingell. Commissioner Hoffman. Present. Commissioner Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Joliet. Here. Commissioner Long.
Here.
Commissioner Lubes. Here. Commissioner Markham. Here. Commissioner Miller.
Here, Mr. Miller.
Commissioner Nelson.
Here.
Commissioner Powell. Here. Commissioner Smiley.
Here.
Commissioner Smith Charles.
Present.
Commissioner Spiz. Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Weipert.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Mr. Chair, there is a quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we left off at concluding after the regular agenda. That will bring us a new and miscellaneous business. The first up, there's an added communication. I will call on the clerk to read that communication.
Dated February 19th, 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept this letter as notification of the creation of the Oakland County Community Safety and Civil Rights Ad Hoc Committee. The Ad Hoc Committee will be organized under the provisions of the board rules and will report to the Public Health and Safety Committee. The following commissioners will be appointed to the Ad Hoc Committee with a term ending December 31st, 2028. Commissioners Powell, Markham, Smith Charles, and Johnson. Your confirmation on the creation of this ad hoc committee is respectfully requested. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chair, Oakland County Board of Commissioners.
And you say Commissioner Lubes? Should be Commissioner, add Commissioner Lubes.
Revised communication. The following commissioners are appointed: Commissioner Powell, Markham, Smith Charles, Johnson, and Lubes.
Right. Confirmation, receiving of this communication by Commissioner Gershenson, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Hoffman.
I noticed there aren't any Republicans on this committee.
Would you like to be on it, Commissioner Hoffman? No. I'll ask the chair. Commissioner Hoffman, you can join. Commissioner Cavell.
You just said in caucus that this committee would be subject to all the Open Meetings Act public scrutiny, but this is an ad hoc committee, and according to our board rules, ad hoc committees do not have as much public scrutiny. You just
Commissioner
lied.
Cavell, just for a second. It is exhausting. You are wrong. Ad hoc committees are subject to the Open Meetings Act. They all operate that way. They are required to pursuant to our board rules.
Right, but the board rules do not include transcription, public viewing, or having them recorded on TV or on YouTube.
Commissioner Cavell, thank you. All right, all in favor, say, yeah, Commissioner Long.
Just real quick, doesn't ad hoc committee, they have minutes taken, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they have minutes taken, so.
And posted, public comment, yes. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, the ayes have it. All right. Moving on. 17B. I just did. It's a communication. It's an appointment of the chair. It has been confirmed by the body. Commissioner, we'll move on to item B. I will recognize Commissioner Brendan Johnson.
Caught me with a bite. Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce Resolution 2026-6227 on behalf of myself, Commissioner Lubes, Commissioner Smith Charles, Commissioner Markham, Commissioner Erickson Galt. Oh gosh, there were several more just added. Powell and Miller and Hoffman and Gershenson. Yes, that was everyone. It is titled Resolution Opposing Civil Immigration Enforcement Activities by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, hereto referred to as ICE, and related federal agencies within Oakland County owned and or operated facilities, and opposing the use of face coverings that conceal officers' identities during civil immigration enforcement. Mr. Chair, I move the introduction and suspension of the rules for immediate consideration.
Moved by Commissioner Johnson to suspend the rules, take the item up immediately. Seconded by Commissioner Powell. Is there any discussion on suspension of the rules? Commissioner Cavell.
I would like to ask that this actually be referred to the brand new created Oakland County Community Safety and Civil Rights Ad Hoc Committee, for which this was intended to support. I guess I'd make that I'd propose that. I would need a second.
Well, we have that motion's improper. That motion can come after taking action on suspending the rules to take this up. So, all in favor of taking up the item, now say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay, roll call vote, please.
I didn't hear over here enough
Roll call
louder
vote,
voices.
please.
Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll on suspension of the rules to take the item up immediately?
Mr. Chair, there are 10 yeas, 6 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The suspension is approved. It brings the main question forward, moved by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Is there any discussion? No discussion? Mr. Clerk, please prompt the roll on the resolution. I'm an aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 12 yeas, 4 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted. That will bring us to item C under new and miscellaneous business, and I'll recognize Commissioner Lubes. This is a sponsorship resolution from Commissioner Lubes, sponsorship of the Clausen Lions Club 28th Annual Charity Car Show, and we'll refer that to finance without objection. Karen Joliet, okay. Are you the next one? Yeah.
This is for the Marine Patrol to reinstate a program that was going that the Sheriff's Office is not getting funding for right now for the busiest Oakland County lakes on holiday weekends. Okay. And refer to public health and safety.
Referred to public health and safety. I see two more sponsorship ones. Brandon Township. That's Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you, Chairman Woodward. This is a resolution to have a one-time allotment to Brandon Township for their $5,000 for their fireworks display. Please refer to Lago.
Refer to finance. Finance. If I refer to finance without objection. Next one, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. On behalf of Commissioner Spiz and myself, this is a sponsorship for the Arts and Apples Festival in Rochester. I'd like to move that be forwarded to finance.
Referred without objection. That will move item G, Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce Miscellaneous Resolution 2026-6260, a Resolution to, within the constraints of federal law, keep ICE out of Oakland County's property as is within the county's responsibilities in maintaining adequate and safe facilities for public use. And this is to make it for public county-owned, not just non-public like the resolution we passed. I move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration.
Moved by Cavell, seconded by Nelson to suspend the rules. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. It'll be referred to Oakland County Community Safety and Civil Rights Ad Hoc Committee. Commissioner Cavell, do you have another?
Yes, my next resolution is to introduce Miscellaneous Resolution 2026-6261, utilizing the Commission's role in setting county policy to decline participating in a federal immigration program known as Section 287G. I move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration.
Moved by Commissioner Cavell.
Support.
Seconded by Commissioner Nelson. All in favor of suspending the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. The nays have it.
Roll call vote.
The resolution will be referred to the Oakland County Community Safety and Civil Rights Ad Hoc Committee without objection. Commissioner Cavell, you have another.
Okay. Yes, this one, and guys, I'm really meet me here, guys, because this is for money for poor immigrants, for legal aid and food. This is Resolution 2026-6262, resolution to provide one-time legal and food assistance to families impacted by federal immigration enforcement, as is allowable by our funds policy, and comes from the same pot of money where we're doing the annual charity car show and the fireworks celebration. We have the money and we can do this. I move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration to help
Commissioner
our vulnerable
Cavell
neighbors
moves
in
to
need.
suspend the rules. Seconded by Commissioner Nelson. All in favor of suspending the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. The rules are not suspended. It will be referred to the Ad Hoc County Community Safety and Civil Rights Ad Hoc Committee without objection. Any other resolutions for introduction?
Choose to follow
Any
the rules.
other
Yes.
resolutions?
There's one more. So this is to introduce Miscellaneous Resolution 26-6286 to end the county's information sharing and financial relationship with ICE via Clemis, an entity of which you are a member of the Executive Board, Mr. Chairman. Please move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration.
Commissioner Cavell, once again, this gets exhausting. I am not a member. I'm a member of the Authority Board, which does not have a contract, but your resolution
Sounds like
here. Introduced
semantics.
by
Move to
Commissioner
suspend the
Cavell.
rules.
Commissioner Cavell moves to suspend the rules. Seconded by Commissioner Nelson. All in favor of suspending the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. Rule is the rule in insufficient number voting in the support of suspending the rules. The resolution will be referred to the Oakland County Community Safety and Civil Rights Ad Hoc Committee without objection. Are there any other resolutions for introduction? Seeing none, that will bring us to announcements. Any announcements? Seeing no announcement. With Commissioner Ann Erickson Golf, followed by Commissioner Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Coming up is that we just approved today not close enough to the microphone. The Hazel Park Promise Zone Initiative, March 3rd, I believe. And it's a wonderful event, and our sponsorship of this gives us several seats at the event. So if anyone wants to attend with me, please let me know, and we'll get you a seat.
Thank you very much. It is an incredible event. Commissioner Nelson, followed by
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr. Chair.
Joliet.
I'd just like to announce that just here moments ago, this board declined suspension of the rules for assisting.
That's not an
in food
announcement, Commissioner
assistance.
Nelson. Commissioner Joliet.
And yet we
Did I
spent
say that? No, that's not an announcement.
$275,000 this
Commissioner
year.
Nelson, this is not an announcement. This is the time for
cornhole
announcements. We're not taking
tournaments,
action. We're not
fireworks, car
deliberating. We're not
shows,
talking.
but this
Commissioner
board just
Joliet.
Voted
Commissioner
down
Joliet.
$150,000 from the same.
You are out of
budgetary
order,
fund.
Commissioner Nelson. Commissioner Joliet. On the announcement.
I just wanted to give a shout out to our Parks and Rec. I know we were honoring them earlier, and there was a very successful fireworks and flannel festival held at Waterford Oaks County Parks. So thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, and it was a fun event. We had really good, I don't know how many people were there. All right, fireworks, it was great. So put it on your calendar for next year. It's around Valentine's Day.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Markham, followed by Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put on everybody's radar, this is, of course, the 250th year of the United States, and Oakland County is going to create an America 250 celebration, working with the Oakland County Historical Society over there on Cesar Chavez. They have an event every summer, which I've told you about before, their ice cream social. Oakland County and Oakland County Parks are going to partner with them this year so that America 250 is going to be a really terrific celebration. If you want to be part of that planning, just please contact me.
Thank you, Commissioner Markham. Commissioner Powell.
I just wanted to announce to my colleagues, if you do plan to attend the Black History Celebration Gala, could you please just text me and let me know as we have a table for the event? Because if you're not gonna go, I need to fill a table. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Smith-Charles.
Thank you, Chair. What a robust day we've had, and I am honored to serve with all of you, actually all of you. I am honored to serve. I wanted to highlight that if anyone, whether you're an elected official or Joe Public or Jane Public, that if you feel comfortable, reach out to your local law enforcement, reach out to your local chief of police or township person or whoever that might be for your local community, and have some of these conversations with them as well. Because I would encourage, if you feel safe, to give them your address and say, I want you to put me in the dispatch database, because God forbid, a swatting thing happens or anything like that, especially for people who are outspoken. Your local law enforcement is more than happy to put that in their system, their proprietary database, so that in the unfortunate event that someone does call in your address, they can bump that up against the registry. For some people that might be frightening. For me, it's peace of mind. So I would just encourage anyone, continue to have these conversations. I'm a big believer in public-private partnerships. Everything can't be government. We have to utilize our purses. Go home and look at some of those contracts with businesses that you're constantly giving money to. Look at where we're spending our resources. So I just want everyone to know that, yes, government can act in certain ways, but really, if we learn anything from Minneapolis, it's the people. It's the collective people with their dollars, putting pressure on corporations to be better stewards. And so with that, have a great rest of your Black History Month and get home safe.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any last announcements? See none, we will conclude that part of the agenda, and that will bring us to our second public comment. This is the opportunity to comment on anything under the sun. I got some people who signed up. I'm scanning the audience. Some people have left, but I will go through the list here, and if you're not on the list, I'll call on you in the future. Jennifer Jamber is first. Welcome. Oh.
Day for me to choose to come. Excellent. Lighter business. Speaking of public-private partnerships, I just wanted to come and introduce myself. Jennifer Jamber. I'm leading government and community affairs in Metro Detroit for Comcast. Looking forward to working with all of you in this role. I heard that you might be able to help me. Just wanted to hand out some information about the investments that we've made throughout the state of Michigan in the last couple of years, my business card. I am your first point of contact, so please, if things are happening in your community, if there's a question or a concern, a celebration, we like good things too, please reach out to me. And I look forward to meeting with you one-on-one, getting to know you. And I'm a resident of Oakland County. Commissioner Wiepert is my commissioner in South Lyon. So excited to be a supporter.
Thank you for joining. We have a committee that probably would be Commissioner Smith-Charles' committee, infrastructure and technology. And so I'm not going to say a better use of your time. Might be able to come
This
to
was a great day.
We're very happy to meet you.
Yeah.
But certainly working with the committee and keeping them updated, particularly for a time to have more of a two-way conversation.
Absolutely.
So, anyway,
yeah,
thank
I
you,
wanted
Jennifer.
to start here. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, Sarah Redmond. Is Sarah still here? I don't see Sarah. Okay. Steve Hansen. Welcome.
All right. Steve Hansen from Waterford again. So first I'd like to acknowledge what you said, Chairman, about forward my email to your counsel. I was hoping you would do that. I'm not the lawyer that's supposed to advise you guys, and I wasn't. Just trying to let you know my position is on the law. And I also acknowledge that, well, I want to, if you're trying to set a standard where you, quote, know you're going to get it right, you're not going to be able to do that in this area of the law, okay? It's not black letter, completely settled law, exactly what a county or state can do without running afoul of the supremacy clause. There is a tension, like I said, between the 10th Amendment and especially the anti-commandeering doctrine, which says the federal government can't force you to use your resources for their ends, and the supremacy clause, okay? Now, I gave you guys in the email I sent a bunch of ordinances and state statutes. They resolve that tension by prohibiting civil immigration enforcement on state or city property, depending on which ordinance you're looking at. Okay, that's how they resolved it. So did Washtenaw County. The ordinance you just passed, I don't object to it. It's fine as far as it goes, but it's limited to non-public areas, so it does not draw the line where all these other jurisdictions drew the line. And what does that mean? It means that ICE could roam this building looking for people to arrest for civil immigration violations. They could roam Independence Oaks when I'm out there with my dogs looking for people to arrest for civil immigration violations. And you are the proprietors of county property. You have the right to be proprietors. You don't have the right to regulate the federal government. Obviously, that's a somewhat nuanced line to draw. But like I said, a number of jurisdictions have drawn it at a different place than you've chosen to today. I would urge you to rethink that and pursue Mr. Cavell's 6220 resolution, I believe it was, thank you. Because that resolution does draw the line where these other jurisdictions did, okay? So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Elaine Jerkins, followed by Kim Worth. Is Elaine still here? I don't see Elaine. Okay. Kim Worth? Is Emily still here? Emily Durin? Nope. Mike Wise? There he is.
This is one of the darkest, most evil times in American history. The level of blatant depravity and evil is off the charts. We are not being controlled by a government of human beings. We're being manipulated by monsters. We are being manipulated by monsters, pure and raw demonic forces. I can only hope that we eventually see the light at the end of this bleak tunnel. What's going on now will be taught to kids for future generations. We will look back at this time and see just how twisted and hateful some human beings in America are. Assuming that some of today's politicians do not get kids to think the same way and that they are even alive to read about this by the end of another potential world war. This is not some new unprecedented era of evil for America or the West. What we're seeing now is just the mask slipping, the final form of a system that's always been rotten to the core. Every atrocity, the corruption, the hatred, the open cruelty is just American history stripped of its public relations team. Genocide, slavery, imperial wars, the worship of profit and power. It's not a glitch, it's the operating system. The Nazis weren't some freakish European aberration. They were Western values, racial supremacy, industrialized violence, cults of authority taken to their logical endpoint and given a steel backbone by German engineering and now American engineering. Hitler admired America's racial laws. The shock at our political figures' fascism is denial. It's just the same rot without the polite mask. What we are experiencing, Trumpism, isn't a departure from American norms. It's their unrestrained expression. Strip away the euphemisms, and what's left is the same old story. Domination, extraction, obedience, and a desperate need for an enemy. We've been taught to see the present crisis as an aberration. It's not. It's the same system running without brakes. It's Western civilization's shadow side, on full display, no longer able to hide behind Hollywood and Coca-Cola. Future generations will gasp in horror at how twisted things have gotten, or more likely, the system, the internet and social media and politicians will make sure the young are too distracted or brainwashed to even notice. It's not monsters or demons running this country. It's the same It's the same breed of self-interested, power-drunk men who have always run things convinced their violence is justified by destiny, God, or the stock market. The only thing that's changed is how naked it has become. Stop hoping for the light to magically return. The only hope we have is each other and ordinary people building something real in the ruins and refusing to play along. No gods, no masters, and no more illusions. The darkness isn't new. The only question is whether we finally decide to see for what it is and fight back.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Debbie Duong? Is Debbie here? Yeah, there she is. And then Mary Jo Ebert's next.
Thank you. I'm Debbie. I'm from Oxford resident. Thank you for, I'm not really familiar about how this all works, but thank you for passing or introducing everything for the civil immigration. Obviously, this is just the beginning, and hopefully you guys will do more. I can tell you that I will be here. I know we're organized. We will be here to make sure that there's accountability and that more can be done, because this is urgent matter. I also wanted to say, I was listening. I guess I consider myself, and sorry, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a great speaker, so I'm kind of going different here. But I understand like all the decisions you have to make. I consider myself someone who is financially conservative, but socially progressive. So I guess that makes me independent. But it's really important, especially being from Oxford, that there's some tragic things that happen. And at some point, whatever decisions you have to make, I know you have to take a lot of things into consideration, but there's just right and wrong, and there's just a line that can't be crossed. So, please consider that. I know there's like financial decisions. I mean, I have 2 kids in college, and one of the universities, I'm trying to be aware. The universities are very aware of funding being taken away. I get it. I really understand that that's a really big problem, but sometimes they just take the money away anyways, and the universities actually are starting to fight back, and they're winning, because it's not right. When things are not right, it might not seem like you can fight it, but you can, and the universities have won and gotten their money back. So if it's just simply about money, try to think with your conscience and your heart, because that's really, money's great. We all love money, but sometimes you can't cross that line, and that's all I want to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Mary Jo? Is Mary Jo still here? Is she gone? She's gone? Okay. Ann Edelstein?
I request my time to be held till Christine Long returns to her seat. And I respectfully request that none of the commissioners look at their phones while I'm speaking. Oh, I'm sorry. I know. I'm glad you're back. My name is Ann Edelstein. I am a resident of Farmington Hills. I would like to address the issue that there are those among us who wish to persecute marginalized people. Should we now deny today's vulnerable people the same pursuit of the American dream that was afforded our ancestors, who were fortunate enough to enter this country of their own volition? Immigrants are not to be feared. We were all immigrants. In 250 years, have we learned nothing? I believe immigrants deserve equal freedom, equal opportunity, equal due process and protection under the law that covers everyone. I believe immigrants who leave behind everything, risk everything, and are currently living in fear deserve a safe future and a reasonable, speedy, and accessible path to citizenship in this, their chosen country. I believe the federal government is attempting racial cleansing with a white nationalist agenda. I believe that concentration camps are an atrocity and a crime against humanity and have no place in our county or country. I believe my tax dollars should go to projects that improve humanity domestically and worldwide. If that makes me a radical lefty or a democratic socialist, I wear those labels with pride. But it begs the question that if you don't believe in these things, what does that make you? The most important thing I've heard today is the attorney who reminded the board of the power they do possess under the 10th Amendment. Behind every person here today who spoke against the actions of ICE and the inaction of you elected representatives stands thousands of voters. Thank you, and may God bless the America we aspire to.
Thank you very much. Martha Sizalagi? Is a Martha here? Hi, Martha. I'm sorry.
I don't have much more to add from what I said this morning, but all I can say is that your constituents will be watching. We will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Izzy Capoya. I don't see Izzy here. I think she left. Megan Callahan. Is Megan still here? Don't see Megan. Marguerite Gupta.
So do I get 6 minutes because we missed the 3 minute on that one? We get the 3 minute here. Never mind. All right. First of all, just let you know, your guys' resolution paper that you sent out, I'm not sure why it says December 31st, 2026, but for records, it should be today's date, right?
It will be, yes.
Okay.
It's a default that got printed off as we were doing it on the fly.
Right. I've got a lot of points. Where do I start? I'm not sure. 5 Zoom hearing records have been corrupted. Oakland County's failed to respond. The judiciary doesn't want anything to do with it because it reveals and exposes their corruption. I want to appreciate Mr. Andrews finally sending the 16-page document via email 2 days ago, so all 19 board members should have that 16-page document outlining all the corruption that's been going on. Why is this important? The Zoom hearing platform was enacted during the pandemic. It's used as a tool to corrupt and control the court records. For everybody that knows, when you control the court records, you control the kingdom. You guys didn't know about it, but when SCAO violated state court administrative rules to mend them, to bring them into the court rules back in August of 2022, it wasn't just to give the courts and judges unlimited power during the hearings. It was to transfer the liability and the responsibility to the counties. The state court administrator knew that there was no security nor ability to preserve and protect the court records. It's a no-brainer. You guys are on the loop for it. One person told me already, for you guys to do anything to do, like get you guys moving on this, is to sue you. I don't want to sue Oakland County. I want you guys to wake up and say, we're not tolerating this. How do I know extreme this is? Is that I have over 153 state phone numbers under the judiciary. Phone numbers that I cannot call. It says, you've reached a non-working phone number. But if anybody else calls those numbers, they get through. Let's see, State Court of Claims, all appellate courts, all regional state court administrative offices, Judicial Tenure Commission, of all places, the Hall of Justice, Supreme Court, all the court clerks, you name it. I cannot call. You know what? They made my number invalid. What does invalid mean? I can't call them, they can't call me. The appellate court of the 2nd District had to close my case and dismiss it after I called them out on saying, hey, you guys can't call me, I can't call you, what's going on? There's a problem here. Why? It's because my evidence proves that this Judge Lisa Langton corrupted 5 Zoom hearing records and nobody, not in any court, will investigate. Don't you think that's a problem? Anybody think that's a problem? I do. It's dangerous for the public health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maureen Abley. Is Maureen still here? I don't see Maureen. Samantha Hunt.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm a Waterford resident. I have lived here for a long time. And I wanted to speak as it comes to the resolution that was passed today and to compel the board to do more. I know that this is a great first step. It looks like you guys are really taking us serious, that we're worried. You see the fear in our communities, and you don't even see the most of it because you just see the people that are here now. Last week, I can tell you that I can just share what I see in our community. I witnessed an ICE apprehension last week on Dixie Highway. The fear in that woman's face, I'll never forget. The way I was accosted by a business owner for asking her if I could call anyone for her, I'll also never forget. We're being put in a very impossible situation as citizens where we're now at odds with other citizens about people that are trying to be here the right way, trying to be here legally. We know this system is broken. We know it. And there was bipartisan legislation that was brought at the top government levels that almost made it, and Trump killed it. We could be doing this so much better. We could be doing this so much better. My kids' friends, gone. They left the country because they were afraid. Their families were afraid. But fear can't be the only thing that rules. The thing is, we depend on our community for each other. We're all resources, all of us. It's sad sitting here in these seats and watching us discuss somebody's humanity like it's just the news, like just a line item, no big deal. I know that some of you care. I know that it's on your hearts. I just have to ask you to keep going because it's on all of our hearts. And if you are unable to bring us to a place where legality reigns, morality will. Take that how you will, because other people will too. If this puts everybody in danger, everybody. These agents were wearing FBI vests. FBI. I confirmed with a local verifier, they are not FBI. This is ICE. In our neighborhood, on Dixie Highway, in front of Fully Tapped Waterford, the fitness place. So it's real, it's happening. Please, don't give up. Don't let this be the only thing you do, because we got to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Shirley Yee, followed by Robin McGregor.
Hello again. I know it's been a long day for everybody. Appreciate your time. I just wanted to bring up one other piece that hasn't been talked about a ton today, which is, and I want to make sure that we follow the money, right? Geo Group, familiar? Largest private prison owner in the whole country. Guess how much money they made in profit last year? Guesses? $254 million. And yet in the detention facilities, as they're called, I call them prison warehouses, that are being constructed, 20 at least across the country we know, one in Romulus perhaps, hopefully not. We know that the food has maggots in it. Imagine that being served. What did you have for lunch? Did you want maggots for lunch? Probably not. We know that medical care is being withheld. You know this. I'm just saying things that you already know, but I feel the need to say it again. Residents are being quickly moved from one place to another, making access to legal counsel and family support near impossible. We know suicide attempts continue. Keep breathing, right? It's really hard. We know indefinite detention continues. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and Debbie Dingell were speaking at a meeting that I was at recently, and they were sharing that there are folks who are detained who are saying, send me home. Just go ahead, send me home since July. But ICE is not releasing them. Because why? Exactly, follow the money. Bodies in those facilities equal money for Geo Group. So I just wanted to say that out loud as we think about holding Oakland County accountable. That's where folks go. That's what happens to the folks in our community that get maggots in their food and medical care withheld. Thank you for your time. I just want to keep urging you to do more because this is our community. Please do what you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robin, oh,
One last thing. Today is the 84th, I believe, anniversary of Executive Order 9066, the internment of Japanese Americans, 120,000, two-thirds of whom were U.S. citizens.
Robin.
Good morning or afternoon. First, I'd like to talk on the parks. Fireworks in Flannel was wonderful. Thank you for the presentation today. I am a proud parks employee. We make a difference. There was so much joy in that event. So thank you for supporting them. Thank you for making a difference. We couldn't do it without our commissioners. On the earlier piece, Oakland County can tell the state or show the state how we can make that difference. The ad hoc committee has a lot of great people on it. You can make the difference for the state. How do we do that? By setting different guidelines, making sure the employees are safe, because that was one of the communications that we went through as employees on Saturday, was what happens if somebody comes in. Thank God we didn't have that happen. But we had to be prepared just in case. Our direction was none, but we had to be prepared on what we were going to do next. As you do this ad hoc, please make sure that other people know about it, get it on the list. I come here to most of the commission meetings. I want to be part of that because I believe it's important. Chris, I know you didn't think that there's a lot of people out there. Believe me, my husband would be happy not to
Robin,
have to feed 9 people. I'm sorry.
comments.
He would be happy not to have to feed 9 families. But that's what you do. That's what an Oakland County resident does, is we take care of our neighbors. As we're putting this whole thing together, how do we make that difference? We have to reach across the aisle, reach to each other, and take care of each other. We don't always have to agree on everything, but we have to care. We have to have basic values: accountability, ethics, integrity. That's what I think that Oakland County is. We stand on those shoulders. Help us be the people that make that difference. We reached out on the Republican side today to be part of this ad hoc. What about Charlie and Kristen? It would really be nice if we start talking to each other and adding them to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to speak during public comment?
Hi, my name is Mariam. I live in Troy. I was just here to say that I can't believe that we were just given this printed out resolution that, like, and we're all pretending that that was like, wow, we were so responsive to you all. Like, it feels really disrespectful. We can read, you know, like there's the evil or there's wrongdoing when someone is honest and, like, if you were all to say, actually, we don't want to do anything, we don't want to cause any trouble, we're scared, we don't want to do anything, I'd respect that more than what you did today. Because what you did was you acted like we're idiots. We did something, this is day one of many steps, we're giving ourselves a pat on the back, like we care. Like, how can you, I don't understand. Like, I feel really disrespected. Like, I can read that resolution and it's not what we asked for. So how dare you say we're doing something about this when the opportunity has been given and again you're saying no. But instead you're trying to do it the fancy way and, put bureaucratic roadblocks and pretend this is the process. I know parliamentary procedure. You don't have, like, parliamentary procedure also, that's just a separate thing of, like, the spirit of that is to let more people talk and to have, like, open discussion. So that's just a separate thing of, like, shutting people down is crazy to me. My background is in student government and I've seen students operate better than what I saw today of just, like, this rudeness. But again, back to the two things was, it's really silly what you're doing and it's extremely disrespectful that you're acting like we don't see it. We all see it. You're pretending you're doing something and you're not. Just say you don't want to do it and we'll move on. And the other thing is, you could have today done the 287G because that's not in place yet. You could have done it. That's not, a complicated legal thing. And you could have done the aid. Just talked about money for all sorts of things. You could have done aid for Oakland County residents. And these are your voters a lot of the times, by the way. So I yield your things.
Diane Felkowski, Lake Orion again. I will give you credit because we go around to local businesses and do about a 1-hour presentation informing them of their rights and how they can protect their employees. So we did all achieve today that we protected our employees at their place of work. So that is an achievement. We need to do more, obviously, and so I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Mr. Flores.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mike Flores de Troy, and I am Oakland County. Thank you for the resolution 2026-6227. It still doesn't protect all residents in public spaces, so we look forward to the ad hoc committee reviewing all the asks requested by your constituents today. But I also want to take a moment to address something that happened at the LEGO meeting. There was a criticism of residents for engaging in their government through email rather than by phone or in person. That was deeply disappointing because what many of us saw, was not something to criticize. It was something to celebrate. It was civic engagement. It was residents taking time out of their lives to communicate with their elected officials, many of them for the very first time. Instead of being welcome, they were made to feel like their participation was somehow less valid. Let's be honest about the reality. Not everyone can take off time to sit in a room for 6 hours. Not everyone can step away during the workday to make a phone call. Not everyone feels comfortable or safe speaking in spaces where power is concentrated at the front and there's only room to speak from the back. There is a level of privilege required to engage in those ways. Privilege of time, privilege of access, privilege of comfort in being in spaces that have not always been welcoming to everyone. Email exists precisely because it lowers those barriers. It allows residents to participate in government regardless of their schedule, their job, their family obligations, or their comfort level. This is not something to be dismissed. This is something to be protected. Democracy does not belong only to those of us who can show up in person. It belongs to everyone. And it is the responsibility of government and those elected to serve to hear their constituents in whatever way the constituents are able to engage. When hundreds of emails arrive in your inbox, that is not a nuisance. That is not inconvenience. That is democracy at work. No resident should ever feel that their voice matters less because they choose the most accessible tool available to them. Our voices do matter, all of them, in every form, even an email template. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? See.
Hello, my name is Tracy Giebord. I live in West Bloomfield. I'm really disappointed. This is the first meeting I've come to, sad to say, but this is a step. I wouldn't call it a good step. I'd call it a baby step. You folks here have the majority. I don't know why you're not using it. I see infighting among the Democrats. You have the power to change this today, okay? What's happening here, okay, and I speak from a little bit of experience. I'm a retired law enforcement officer, a police officer, and a firefighter for 23 years. What I saw on TV and what we all saw on TV was murder. It's murder. No one can call it anything but that, and if you want to wait and dilly-dally around here until one of our own people in Oakland County gets murdered, maybe then someone will give a shit. But this baby step that you're doing, oh, it's lame. You can do better than this. Take your majority and use it. Use the power you have and vote on something legitimate. Do better.
Hi again, Ann Rosadka, Walled Lake, and I'm the one that is a proud child of an immigrant, and that's my mother, and proud child of a World War II vet. That was my father. My father was a POW during World War II for 444 days. So because of my parents, my mother got out of Poland just before the war started in the 30s. So let me tell you, as a child, I had to learn about World War II. I had to learn what helped Hitler rise, how Hitler did it, and the bullshit that he did. And I'm telling you, this is what's happening today. I know my history. I had 2 parents that lived through it. So do the right thing. Stop ICE. You have to be on the right side of history, or maybe you don't care. But let's take ICE and get them out. Put every protection you can on us, because this is what was happening in World War II before people woke up and it was too late. Don't wait till it's too late. Do it now. Use your majority power. Do something more than what we saw today. I'm glad you did something today, but come on. There's so much more that needs to be done. This is bull crap. Bull crap. Please do something, all of you on this side.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no further hands, I will close public comment, and we will stand adjourned till March 11th, 2026, or a call of the chair.